minutes, 2 minutes to start. One minute. Our first starter, Beth McIntosh, New England.
Our first starter, Beth McIntosh, New England.
Our next starter, Linnea Estakee.
Our next starter,
Our next skier, Rose Horning. Our next starter, Hannah Koch, New England. Our next starter, Julia Hickman, Intermountain. Our next starter, Mary Harrington. Our next starter, Leah Pereira, England. Clara White, New England. Our next starter, Mia Stenzi, Alaska. Our next starter, Astrid Longstrap, New England.
Astrid Longstrap, New England.
New England. Our next starter, Ellie Scott, Far West.
Ellie Scott, Far West.
Our next starter, Cora Hinsdale, Mid-Atlantic. Our next starter, On course, Claire Cernero, New England. Our next starter, Grayson Kennedy, Rocky Mountain. Our next starter, Claire Smoleski, Rocky Mountain. Our next starter, Regan Shechen, Far West. Scott, New England. Now starting, Adeline Lowen, Pacific West. Smith, Rocky Mountain. Our next starter, Piper Sears, Alaska. Midwest. Now starting, Evie Malik, Midwest. Now starting, Honor Rose, Rocky Mountain. Our next starter, Estella Laird, New England. Our next starter, Alex Hunsack, Midwest. Our next starter, Avery Rich, Midwest. Now starting, Lily Bond, Alaska. Now starting, Rain Soleil, Alaska. Now starting, Luca Archie, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Finlay Desani, Now starting, Sierra Stricker, Far West. On course, Erica Kazim, West. Now starting, Annalise Baird, Midwest. Now starting, Miley, New England. Now starting, Tanya Boonstra, Alaska. Now starting, Madeline Lowen, Alaska. next starter, Taylor Melder. Now starting, Finley Stanek. Now starting, Olivia Ronzio Pico, Alaska. Now starting, Alice Jowers, Far West. Now starting, Ada Decker, Alaska. Now starting, Charlotte Wilson, Intermountain.
Now starting, Charlotte Wilson, Intermountain.
Now starting, Tegan Hoffman, Intermountain.
Now starting, Tegan Hoffman, Intermountain.
Our next skier, Elliot Sensabaugh, Alaska.
Elliot Sensabaugh, Alaska.
Now starting, Ellie Abrahamson.
Now starting, Ellie Abrahamson, Alaska.
On course, Aiden Buttigieg,
On course, Aiden Buttigieg, Intermountain.
Now starting, Quinn Pelican,
Now starting,
Great Lakes.
Quinn Pelican, Great Lakes.
Now starting, Raquel Landa, Mid-Atlantic.
Now starting, Raquel Landa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the Fire 2026 Junior Nationals.
Now starting, Riley Grossklaus,
Now starting,
Great Lakes.
Riley Grossklaus.
Timing can be found at primetiming.com or
Now starting to the primetiming.com or
Now starting, Kate Goffard, Rocky Mountain.
Now starting, Kate Goffard, Rocky Mountain.
Now starting, and Helena Herico, Pacific
Now starting, Helena Herico.
400 skiers racing today at the Fire 2026 Junior Nationals.
Maya Turpak, Alaska.
Skiers by gender and age group are vying for the top.
Now on course, Monet Argopoulos. Now starting, Sophia Bender, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Havilah Heel, Intermountain. Now on course, Sadie Silcox, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Faye Braun, Midwest. Now starting, Ariana Canava, Alaska.
It's working, but it doesn't give you much time on the changeover. It changes over like 10.
Now starting, Kaylee Alec, High Plains.
It changes over like it gives you just.
Food delivered today. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna bring up, we're getting Miller sandwiches, so bring up.
On course, Sophia Canaprian, Midwest.
You guys like soda? Coke, Diet. The noon hour. So, I'll be delivering.
On course,
Delivery.
Faith Hellemert, Alaska. Up next, Eva Minato, Rocky Mountain. Our next starter, Gabriel Harris, Intermountain. Our next starter, Sophia Capozzi, Pacific Northwest. Our next starter, Olivia Tolson, High Plains. Our next starter, Paloma Good, Midwest.
Once again, live timing results can be found at Prime Time Timing or a link from the Junior Nationals webpage at berkey.com.
Now starting, Joanna Dake, Pacific Northwest. Our next starter, Kala Pike from Midwest. Now starting, Carla Schwitters, Great Lakes. Now starting, Claire Britton, Midwest. Our next starter, Sierra Thatcher, Midwest.
If Sean is on here, the link from the home
Now starting, Zoe Wagner, Midwest.
results just goes to yesterday's race. It doesn't point to today's race.
Now starting, Helen Chu, Midwest.
And the page I'm talking about is the Berkey page for the Junior Nationals.
Now starting, Haley Gordon, Far West. Now starting, Natalie Carlson, Intermountain. Now starting, Twyla Beeson, High Plains. Now starting Sella Binsfeld, Midwest. Now starting Hannah Strachan, Intermountain. Our next starter, Greta Wendebrand, Midwest. Now starting, Catherine Cox, Alaska. Now starting, Kikira van der Zanden, Great Lakes. Now starting, Johanna Burnett, Great Lakes. Our next starter, Megan Snyder, Midwest. Now starting, Ellie Schouten, Great Lakes. Now starting, Zoe Sims, Intermountain. Now starting, Alida Burt, Pacific Northwest. Now starting, Carolina Arvold, Midwest. Now starting, Annika Peterson, Pacific Northwest. Now starting, Annika Johnston, Far West. Our next starter, Margaret Bennett, Great Lakes. On course, Hannah Middlestead, Intermountain. Our next starter, Camille Hamill, Far West. Our next starter, Sadie Walkup, High Plains. Our next starter, Haley Schramm, High Plains.
On your website, there's only links to the female U18. There's nothing for female U20 yet.
Our next starter, Anna Kaiser, High Plains. Our next starter, Julia Vufter, High Plains. Our next starter, Avery Houghton, Pacific Northwest. Our next starter, Holland Colcutt, Far West. Our next starter, Phoebe Zanello, Intermountain. On course, Ava Zretsky from Great Lakes. Our next starter, Holly Erstone, Mid-Atlantic. Our next starter, Miranda Miner, Pacific Northwest. Our next starter, Ingrid Dickman from Great Lakes. Our next starter, Adelaide Nelson. Our next starter, Lucinda Maxson, Pacific Northwest. Our next starter, Christina Nordstrom, Great Lakes.
And Christina is our last starter for the U20, U18 women's qualifier here, the 1.3 classic course. Up next in 2 minutes is the U16 women. Be heading off with Georgia Bishop, our first starter in that division. Thank you.
Now starting our U16 women's qualifiers, Georgia Bishop, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Acadia Enman, New England. Now starting, Solvia Luno, Alaska. Now starting, Mia Gorman, New England. Now starting, Callista Zuber, Alaska. Now starting, Talia Smith, Alaska. Now starting, Ruby Polosek, Intermountain. Now starting, Kendall Bowen, New England. Now starting, Ellen Luno, Alaska. Now starting, Claire Rucker, Intermountain. Now starting, Ashley Derini, Great Lakes. Now starting, Merrick Goodell, New England. Now starting, Alexandra Gusiva, Great Lakes. Now starting, Marin Sands, Pacific Northwest. Now starting, Lila Marchetti, New England.
What's he holding for?
It's a ghost, so that person isn't starting.
Okay.
Got sick or something.
Now starting, Lila Keller, Rocky Mountain.
Here's the next page when you're ready.
Now starting, Annika Classico, Great Lakes. Now starting, Annika Burns, Pacific Northwest. Now starting, Casawick, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Caitlin Reckinger, Great Lakes. Now starting, Annika Stringer, Great Lakes. Now starting Avon Harris, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Natalie Hamby, Far West. Now starting on course, Hazel Galt, Intermountain. Now starting Leva Spector, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Stella St. George, Intermountain. Now starting Annalise Linfors, Midwest. Now starting Raina Wakab, High Plains. Now starting Emerson Knopp, Alaska. Now starting Catherine Vandekamp, Intermountain. Now starting Sailor Archie, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Sierra Westerhouse, Midwest. Now starting Alta Miller, Intermountain. Now starting Lucy Taylor, Rocky Mountain. Beautiful, thank you. Now starting Lucy Greenwood, Rocky Mountain. Love it. Now starting Sisu Clark, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Maeve Nakemowitz, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Miriam Armstrong, Alaska. Now starting Clara Sensabaugh, Alaska. Now starting Molly McPhee, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Teslina Posner, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Josephine Renner, Intermountain. Now starting Kendall Dye, Intermountain. Now starting Elizabeth Hilton, Midwest. Now starting Macy Alec, High Plains. Now starting Kendall LaRusi, Alaska. Now starting Cadell Pole, Midwest. Now starting Nora Dietz, Midwest. Now starting Kalia Min, Far West. Now starting Maddie Schwartz, Great Lakes. Now starting Elsie Robinson, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Marin Sox, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Anya Merkins, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Sydney Brown, Intermountain. Now starting Freya Caps, Midwest. Now starting Phoebe Mexner, Intermountain. Now starting Nora Strike, High Plains. Now starting Etten Aronowitz, Intermountain. Now starting Eleanor Nemens, Midwest. AVE, is that Evie or AVE? Is that Now starting AV Andrani, Far West. On course, D.V. Burke, Far West. Now starting Hazel Sutton, Alaska.
We are approaching 10 minutes to start for the men's U20, U18 Classic Sprint Qualifier. 10 minutes.
Now starting Adeline Stewart, Midwest.
Once again, live timing can be found at primetiming.com or on our link from the Junior Nationals webpage at berkey.com.
Now starting Janelle Dingler, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Mira Shaw, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Anna Sparling, Pacific Northwest. Our final U16 women's start, Elizabeth Rauber, Pacific Northwest.
Once again, we are 9 minutes, approaching 9 minutes to start of the Junior Nationals Classic Sprint Qualifier for the U18, U20 men. Looking for results, live timing and results can be found at Prime Time Timing. Once again, all skiers here today are vying for a top 30 finish to qualify for the heats that start at 11:30 a.m. today. And what a beautiful day we have here in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. Had about 4 to 5 inches of fresh snow fall during the night, which must give our groomers a lot of headaches to deal with, but looks like the course is holding up and things are going well for folks out there. Once again, welcome to the 2026 Junior Nationals, Day 2 of racing. Here we're setting up for the 1.3 Classic Sprint Racing.
We're just about 7 minutes away from our men's start, U16, 18, and 20 qualifier, and about 7 minutes away or so. Take a moment to thank a volunteer today. There's a lot of work getting the course set and ready based on the snow that we just had, but just a reminder, we're about 7 minutes away from our men's qualifier. 1 minute to start. 1 minute to start. Boys qualifier.
1 minute to start. 1 minute to start. Boys qualifier. 1 minute.
We are starting with the U18 and U20 men.
We are starting with the U18 and U20 men. Just under a minute to start.
And now starting U18 men's qualifier.
And we're starting U18 men's qualifier. Jack Levesque, Alaska.
Now starting William Bentley, Rocky Mountain.
Now starting William Bentley, Rocky Mountain.
Now starting Quinn Holland, Far West.
Now starting Quinn Holland, Far West.
Now starting Oscar Flora, Alaska.
Now starting Oscar Flora, Alaska.
Now starting Callahan Waters, Intermountain.
Now starting Callahan Waters, Intermountain.
Now starting Alex Curran, Rocky Mountain.
Now starting Alex Smith, Rocky Mountain.
Now starting Murphy Kimball, Alaska.
Now starting Murphy Kimball, Alaska.
Now starting Eddie Snyder, Midwest.
Now starting Eddie Snyder, Midwest.
Now starting Dane Clark, Alaska.
Now starting Dane Clark, Alaska.
Now starting Tori Hoffman, Intermountain.
Now starting Tori Hoffman, Intermountain.
Now starting Kieran Kaufman, Alaska. Now starting Hatcher Menkins, Alaska. Now starting Gabe Black, Alaska. Now starting Oliver Swaby, New England. Now starting Quentin Koch, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Sylvester Williams, New England. Now starting, Logan Drevlo, Midwest. Now starting, James Sowers, Intermountain. Now starting, Ellis Slover, New England. On course, Beckett Cody, New England. On course, Landon Lavadier, Rocky Mountain. Oh my God. On course, Joseph Sluka, New England. Now starting, Henry Schwarzentruber, New England. Now starting, Matthew McIntosh, New England. Now starting, Anders Westermo, Midwest. Now starting, Brandon Belizy, Mid-Atlantic. Now starting, Connor Reckinger, Great Lakes. Now starting, Chase Laker, Alaska. Now starting, Christian Hudasek, Intermountain. Now starting, Henry McCourt, New England. Now starting, Ian Carmack, Intermountain. Now starting, Lincoln Miller, New England. Now starting, Peter Can, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Odin Berryman, Intermountain. Now starting, Quinn Yuva, New England. Now starting, Sam Schwarzentruber, New England. Now starting, Nick Gardiner, Intermountain. Now starting, Henry Reynolds, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Niels Stringer, Great Lakes. Now starting, Samuel Madsen, Intermountain. Now starting, Raven Spangler, Alaska. Now starting, Zach Shockey, Intermountain. Now starting, Carter Nemkimowitz, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Leif McGinley, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Freedom Bennett, Alaska. Now starting, Grayson Stanek Allward, Alaska. Now starting, Tate Boshin, Intermountain. Now starting, Cole Merrick, Great Lakes. Now starting, Kian Sullivan, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Peter John Braganer, Alaska. Now starting, Jack Quesnell, Intermountain. Now starting, Braxton Thornley, Alaska. Now starting, Max Peterson, Rocky Mountain. Now starting, Jack Malik, Midwest. Now starting, Jack Voos, Great Lakes. Now starting, Owen Cruz Abrams, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Ethan Stavar, Alaska. Now starting Jed Bentley, New England. Now starting Theodore Bruner, Rocky Mountain. Now starting James Duraney, Great Lakes. Now starting Bowden Sundell, Mid-Atlantic. Now starting Eric Anderson, Midwest. Now starting Jack Purcell, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Fritz Sanders, Intermountain. Now starting Walker Dunn, Intermountain. Now starting George Nelson, Midwest. Now starting Mateus Citarella, New England. Now starting Peter Hackney, Midwest. Now starting Finian Schaefer, Intermountain. Now starting Ben Kaufman, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Soren Winikoff, Midwest. Now starting Donovan Van Sitters, New England. Now starting Henry Patton, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Owen Hirth, Alaska. Now starting Andrew Burnt, Midwest. Now starting Khalil Morrison, Intermountain. Now starting John Ryan, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Weston Sanzabao, Alaska. Now starting Ivan Enov, New England. Now starting Aiden Sands, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Bridger Nelson, Midwest. Now starting Jack Dalby, Great Lakes. Now starting Peter Schultz, Midwest. Now starting Eli Andre, Midwest. Now starting Jonah Gorman, New England. Now starting Thomas Vandekamp, Intermountain. Now starting Ethan Albrecht, Midwest. Now starting Luca Karnikis, Far West. Now starting Anders Decker, Midwest. Now starting Everett Olson, Midwest. Now starting Charlie St. George, Intermountain. Now starting Hayden von Mauer Newcomb, Intermountain. Now starting Zeb Whitlock, Mid-Atlantic. Now starting Timothy Craddock, New England. Now starting Gunnar Drew, Rocky Mountain. Now starting Nathan Vanderloop, Alaska. Now starting Austin Thomas, High Plains. Now starting Jack Rudolph, Midwest. Now starting Olin Sletty, Great Lakes. Now starting Duncan Freiberger, Intermountain. Now starting Peter Norby, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Reed Scott, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Moses Chalette, Midwest. Now starting Parker McKinney, Great Lakes. Now starting Javin Lemieux, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Carl Nelson, Great Lakes. Now starting Alden Behan, Far West. Now starting Jonah Minette, Great Lakes. Now starting Isaac Novosad, Intermountain. Now starting Xavier Lay, Far West. Now starting Kellen Groth, Midwest. Now starting Wells Hotari, Midwest. Now starting Neil Dumbs, Great Lakes. Now starting Braden Bosco, High Plains. Now starting Drew Hatari, Midwest. Now starting Dylan Little, Midwest. Now starting Pierce Bolin, far west. Now starting Soren DeCure, Pacific Northwest. Now starting Niall Swinson, High Plains. Now starting Anders Geis, Midwest. Now starting Simon Shin, Mid-Atlantic. Now starting Justin McDowell, High Plains.
Just as a reminder, live timing can be found at primetimetiming.com or on a link from the Junior Nationals webpage at berkey.com.
Now starting Coulter Anderson, Pacific Northwest.
Once again, we're in the middle of the sprint qualifier. We're right here with the U18, U20 men. U16 men are coming up in just a few moments.
Now starting Abraham Hughes, High Plains.
All skiers today are skiing a 1.3 kilometer classic sprint course.
On course, Ryden Burke, Far West.
Skiers in each category are vying for a top 30 finish to move forward to the qualifying heats that start at 11:30 today. In just under an hour, our first qualifying heats.
On course, Lyndon Belzy, Mid-Atlantic. On course, Keeler Bahan, Far West. Starting Eli Shockey, Pacific Northwest. On course, Jacob Rubel, High Plains. On course, Corbin Eddy, High Plains. Our next starter, Kian Compton, Pacific Northwest. Our next skier, Jack Harbison, High Plains. Starting River Gray, Mid-Atlantic. Starting Logan Heller, High Plains. Starting Jude Hygard, Far West. Starting Eric von Ruden, Far West. Starting Alden Gay, Mid-Atlantic. Starting Joshua Jenkin, Mid-Atlantic. Starting Colin Maynard, Mid-Atlantic.
And with Colin on course, that draws to a conclusion all our starters for the U18, U20 men. They're all on a 1.3 kilometer classic course here at the 2026 Junior Nationals in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. Up next at 10:37:15 will be our first starter in the men's U16 event. Once again, each of these categories, U16, U18, and U20, they're all vying for just 30 spots today, just 30 spots to move forward to the heats. Our first quarterfinal heat kicks off today at 11:30 with the women's U18 quarterfinal heat 1 at 11:30 today. Once again, live timing can be found at primetimetiming.com or on a link from the Junior Nationals webpage at berkey.com. Follow along with the excellent timing results that are found there at live timing at primetimetiming.com.
Our first U16 men's qualifier, Ethan Elliott, Alaska. Finn Dudley, Alaska. And starting, Bodie Rhodes, Rocky Mountain. On course, Sawyer Landers. Starting, Askell Flagstad, Alaska. On course, Beck Harth, Alaska. Starting, Banyan Smith, Alaska. Starting, Max Fay, Mid-Atlantic. Starting, Ren Chalmers, New England. Starting, Connor Devon, Rocky Mountain. Starting Kevin Downs, Alaska. Starting Jorgen Purung, New England. Starting Lance Smith, Alaska. Starting Talvin Wigglesworth, Alaska. Starting Isaac Nadzem, New England. Starting Finn Worth, Intermountain. Starting Isaiah Bowen, New England. What's going on? He's not starting. Starting Ethan Current, Rocky Mountain. Starting Bo Sanders, New England. Starting Ryland Schaefer, Intermountain. Starting Olin Walker, New England. Starting Ender Berryman, Intermountain. Starting Braden Kelly, Great Lakes. Starting Jedediah Stay, Pacific Northwest. Starting Noah Itel, Intermountain. Starting Elio Andrani, Far West. Starting Carson Wood, Great Lakes. Starting Ross Bowman, Intermountain. Starting Emmett Covington, Intermountain. Starting Tyler Caluzzi, Rocky Mountain. Starting Roger Farrell, Rocky Mountain. Starting Joran Dahl, Midwest. Starting Cade Scheidman, High Plains. Starting Langdon Devon, Rocky Mountain. Starting Cannon Gardner, Intermountain. Starting Theus Lloyd, Intermountain. On course, Andrew Bertram, Great Lakes. Starting Thor Yaharis, Pacific Northwest. Starting Paul Brinkman, Rocky Mountain. Starting Marit Gilfanov, Rocky Mountain. Starting Liam Stoddard, Mid-Atlantic. Starting Jakin Miller, Midwest. Starting Clement Romney DeVergny, Intermountain. Starting Connor Olson, Pacific Northwest. On course, Caleb Leon, Midwest. Starting Travers O'Hearn, Great Lakes. Starting Connor Suen, Far West. Starting Crispin Anderson, Pacific Northwest. Are we ghosting? What's going on? Yeah, we must be ghosts. What's up? 401. Starting Michael Payne, Midwest. Starting Jackson McLaren, Rocky Mountain. Starting Micah Hansen, Rocky Mountain. Starting Evan Lang, Great Lakes. Starting Benjamin Coney, Rocky Mountain. Starting Reed Hygard, Far West. Starting Ben Larson, Intermountain. Starting Reese Miller, Midwest. Starting Henry Flynn, Intermountain. Starting Gunny Skadberg, Midwest. Starting Bennett Williams, Midwest. Starting Garrett Heller, High Plains. Starting Lachlan McConnon, Far West. Starting Gus Roche, Great Lakes. Starting Caden Philman, Far West. Starting Levi Little, Midwest. Starting Landon Parker, High Plains. Starting Aiden Sampson, Pacific Northwest. Starting Stieg Sornen, Pacific Northwest. Starting Willem Finnegan, Pacific Northwest. Starting Maximus Lancaster, Pacific Northwest. Starting Colin Belize, Mid-Atlantic. Starting Colt Grimm, Mid-Atlantic. Starting Sawyer Gadjo, Mid-Atlantic. Starting Brad Grimm, Mid-Atlantic. On course, Connor Menon, Mid-Atlantic. Starting Sasha Shestakov, Pacific Northwest. Our final U16 men's skier, Alex Grimm, Mid-Atlantic. That's our U16, 18, and 20 men's qualifiers. We want to take a moment to thank our groomers who were up very early this morning, the Berkey staff and volunteers. An enormous amount of work with all of this beautiful snow in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. At our junior nationals, what a fantastic setting. All of our guests from out of state, this is what the Northwoods looks like. We're so proud and so happy to have you here at the junior nationals.
Race time is approaching 11:10. 11:10 in race time. We have 20 more minutes. Well, I'm sorry. We have about 15 more minutes of the course being open to athletes and coaches. Right now, the course is open to athletes and coaches. It will close at 11:25. In anticipation for our first women's quarterfinal heat number 1, the U18 women's quarterfinal heat 1, starting at 11:30 today. 11:30 today is the start of the women's U18 quarterfinal heat 1. We are approaching 10 minutes, 10 minutes to the start of the U18 women's quarterfinals. Our first quarterfinal will take off at 11:30. 6 women will be head-to-head competition, vying to move forward to the semifinals. Top 2 move forward from each heat, along with 2 lucky losers. Once again, we're here in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin at the 2026 Junior Nationals. You can follow along with the results by a link on the Berkey.com website under Junior Nationals. On that homepage, there's a link to live timing, or you can search for prime time timing to follow along with our live timing. It's been taking about 3.5, 4 minutes per lap, so our races are run, our heats are run on 5-minute centers. Every 5 minutes or so, we'll have another quarterfinal heat taking off. So once again, quarterfinal heat 1 begins at 11:30 with the U18 women's quarterfinal heat 1 at 11:30. And we are approaching 5 minutes to the closure of the course. 5 minutes to the closure of the course to all athletes and competitors. Attention starters, your heat sheets are ready in the announcer's hut. Starters, your heat sheets are ready in the announcer's hut for you to pick up.
(11:24), 1 minute from our course close, and 6 minutes from our first heat in our quarterfinal with women U18.
The course is closed. The course is now closed, 11:25, and the course is closed to all athletes and competitors unless you are racing. That brings us 5 minutes to the start of the U18 women's quarterfinal heat 1. 5 minutes to the start of the women's U18 quarterfinal heat 1. Once again, we'll be doing a quarterfinal on 5-minute centers. Every 5 minutes, we'll have another quarterfinal taking off. Starting first with the women's U18, and at 11:55, moving to the men's U18 quarterfinals. So 11:30 for women, 11:55 for men, at the start of the quarterfinals here at beautiful Berkey Trail, Cable, Wisconsin. For those of you new to sprint racing, maybe you are unfamiliar and you're just checking in here, what's going to happen is 6 competitors will be going head-to-head in each heat. 2 will be moving forward. The first 2 move forward automatically. The first 2 to cross the finish line from that heat move forward to the semifinals. And then we look for 2 more lucky losers, 2 best times in any of the heats, to also move forward into the semifinals. The semifinals will be 12 athletes split into 2 groups of 6, and they'll be moving forward either to a final A or a B final. The other thing of note is they're wearing bibs in relation to how they did in the qualifying race this morning. Bib number 1 will be the winner of that qualifier, and that just happens to be Linnea Ostergen from the Midwest, from Loppet Nordic Racing. She had the fastest time today in qualifying, and she will be wearing bib 1 and starting in heat number 1 today. Once again, all athletes are doing a 1.3 kilometer classic course. And we're approaching 3 minutes. At approximately 1 minute to the start, we'll introduce all of the athletes that are taking the line. And then we'll try and catch a few of the competitors as they finish as well to give you a little update. But you can also follow along with live timing at primetimetiming.com or check out the link at berkey.com on the Junior Nationals web page. Once again, we had about 4 inches of fresh snow last night, fresh snow. Monday was a beach day. Competitors were basically in t-shirts. And today we're back into beautiful winter here in Cable, Wisconsin. Looks like our competitors are on the line, so we'll introduce them. In bib number 1, Linnea Ostergen from the Midwest. In bib number 10, Elise Elliott from Alaska. In bib number 11, Claire Serrano from New England. In bib 20, Rini Soli from Alaska. In bib 21, Reese Weidenhammer from Intermountain. And wearing bib 30, Salea Binsfield from Minneapolis Ski Club, representing the Midwest. There are your competitors in the U18 women's quarterfinals, heat number 1. And they're off. This is the women's U18 quarterfinal. Heat 1 is now on course. We've got Linnea, Elise, Claire, Rennie, Reese, and Salea all fighting for that places 1 or 2 to automatically move forward to the semifinals today. Here in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. Up next will be women's quarterfinal heat 2 at 11:35.
Women's quarterfinal heat 2.
Women's quarterfinal heat 1 is just approaching Mount Bauer. Looks like we got Linnea out in front, climbing up that steep hill. Once again, this race is being conducted in the classic technique, which is tough on this brand new snow. Would have kept the wax coaches up late last night and up very early this morning to get it just right. I heard that on Monday, some of our wax techs were skiing probably 55K to get all of the wax just right. And in their testing, they put on more than 55K of skiing. That's a lot of skiing in one day, along with waxing skis. Coming up next is women's quarterfinal heat 2. Women's quarterfinal heat 2. And they'll start at 11:35. If you're watching live on the web stream, the camera right now is focusing on the tunnel, and that'll be just before the athletes enter into the stadium. And let's see if we can catch a view of who's going to come down that hill first and go across the pedestrian tunnel. The race clock right now on this first heat is at 2:30. They've been finishing in the 3:30 to 3:40 range today. Once again, up next is women's quarterfinal heat 2 for the U18 women, starting at 11:35. I can hear the crowd cheering as our first quarterfinal heat is coming up and over the pedestrian tunnel here, behind the announcing shack. A little tough to pick out the bib numbers on our live feed camera, but we'll get to see them as they're coming down. All right, coming into the finish, looks like we've got bibs number 1 and 10, looking to capture that moving forward to the semifinals automatically. That's Linnea and Renee. All right, once again, you can check out live results on primetimetiming.com. I'll hand it over to my brother now, Pete, who will introduce quarterfinal heat number 2. Quarterfinal heat number 2 in women's U18.
And in bib number 4, it's Tula Higman from Intermountain. Bib 7, Sophia McGinnis-Smith from Rocky Mountain. Bib 14 is Lucille Dent from New England. Bib 17 is Evie Malik from Midwest. Bib 24 is Clara White from New England. And bib 27 in Heat 2 is Aiden Butger from Intermountain.
And they're off. This is women's quarterfinal heat number 2, the U18 women's quarterfinal heat number 2.
Number 2.
We've got Tula,
We've got
Sophia,
Tula,
Lucille,
Sophia, Lucille,
Alexi, Claire,
Alexi, Claire, and Aiden on course.
Once again, all skiers today
Once again, all skiers today are doing a 1.3 kilometer course. They're doing that in about 3 minutes and 45 seconds
to 4 minutes.
to 4 minutes, somewhere in that range.
They take off out of
They take off out of the stadium with a sharp little hill, take a
turn at the crest of that hill.
nice
Long descent.
nice long descent,
Where then they turn and
where then
head
they
up
turn and
the
head
biggest
up
climb on
the
this
biggest
course,
climb
up Mount
on this
Bauer.
course, up Mount Bauer.
Once again, for those of you
Once
new
again,
to
for those of you new to sprint racing, the top 30 skiers were from the qualifier today. The top 30 skiers in the qualifier move forward,
And the skiers are
wearing bibs that relate to their finish order. Once again, bib number 1 would be the winner of the qualifier this morning, or the fastest.
Second, bib number 2 would be the second place in that qualifier, and so forth. And if you're just tuning in, we are in the middle of the women's quarterfinal heat number 2 for the U18 women. U18 women's quarterfinal heat number 2 is on course. Up next is women's quarterfinal heat number 3, U18 women's quarterfinal heat number 3, starting at 11:40. If you're watching our live stream, temperature here is right around that 28, 29 degree mark. And we had about 4 to 5 inches of fresh snow last night. Luckily for us, we were at the Berkey Trail where they've got all the equipment, all the top-notch equipment to handle a fresh snow the night before an event. And I'm sure that course is in tip-top condition. Once again, heat number 2, women's U18 quarterfinal heat number 2 is on course. And up next to start is the U18 women's quarterfinal heat 3. Up next to start is the women's quarterfinal, U18 women's quarterfinal heat number 3. Women's quarterfinal heat number 2 is just crossing over the pedestrian bridge. This is women's quarterfinal heat number 2 just coming across the bridge. They'll be turning and coming into the stadium here in just a moment. We'll see if we can pick out a couple of the folks that are coming in. Once again, the top 2 move forward automatically. Top 2 to come in will move forward automatically. And then we'll be looking for the next 2 fastest time from any of the heats to move forward as the lucky losers. Looks like Tula here, and then bib wearing number 4 is going to grab one of those spots, and it looks like next to her is bib 7, if I'm reading it right, and that's Sophia McGinnis-Smith. Will be moving forward automatically, and we'll have to have a check to see who's going to move forward as lucky loser. I hand you over now to my brother Pete, who's going to introduce women's quarterfinal heat number 3 for the U18 women.
All right, in our third heat, in bib 5, it's Astrid Longstreth from New England. Bib 6, Eleanor Modi from Midwest. Bib 15 is Tegan Hoffman from Intermountain. Bib 16 is Cora Hinsdale from Mid-Atlantic. Bib 25, Sophia Canapron from Midwest. And in bib 26 is Angelina Hydroco from Pacific Northwest.
And they're off. This is women's quarterfinal heat number 3 for the U18 women are on course. U18 women's quarterfinal heat 3 is on course.
Is on course.
Just a reminder, once again,
we are in the midst of the women's U18 quarterfinals. Women's U18 quarterfinals, where heat number 3 is on course.
Taken up and out of the stadium.
Taken up and out of the stadium.
Top corner up the top of the hill, and now they're approaching Mount Bower, the tough climb on this course. It's a 1.3 kilometer course, and the skiers are taking it in between 3 minutes and 45 seconds and 4:15. Looks like a little sun is peeking out, and that's going to give the wax technicians a little bit of a race of the heart to be able to keep up with that. The sun comes out, softens the snow, makes the kick wax not quite as effective that they might have put on. But a good wax tech might have anticipated the sunshine coming out today and looked ahead. Once again, we're at women's quarterfinal heat 3 is on course. Up next at 11:45 is the U18 women's quarterfinal heat 4. Race clock has just approached 2 minutes for women's quarterfinal heat 3, which is on course. They've been on course for 2 minutes. Another minute and 45 seconds or so before they come into the stadium. So far, for lucky loser land, it looks like the time to beat is 3:48 or better to move forward by time. So fast times today here. Tough competitors. Well, it should be. This is the U18 women's quarterfinal here at the Junior Nationals. I hear the crowd. They must be coming up to the pedestrian tunnel. Look for them on our live feed here. It's tough to pick out the bib numbers on the live feed, but it's so cool to see everybody out cheering them on. Looks like we've got one skier out in front with a red suit. As soon as we see that bib number, we'll let you know who it is. Once again, we're in the middle of the women's U18 quarterfinals. We're at Heat 3 on course, and Heat 4 is up next. 16. Mid-Atlantic. Oh, bib number 16 and bib number 3, it looks like, are in first and second place. Bib number 16, oh, that was 5, sorry. Bib number 16 was Cora Hinsdale, nice move up. And bib 5, Astrid Longstreth from New England. Okay, up next we have the women's U18 quarterfinal heat number 4. I hand it over to my brother Pete to announce the individuals in this heat.
All right. In bib number 2, it's Antigone Loomis from Rocky Mountain. Bib number 9, Allie Scott. Bib number 12, Lily Bond from Alaska. Bib number 19, Palamo Good from Midwest. And bib 22, Leah Perraud from New England. And bib 29 is Joanna Dake from the Pacific Northwest. We turn it over to the starters.
And they're off on course. This is the U18 women's quarterfinal heat number 4 on course. Women's quarterfinal heat number 4 on course. 1.3
kilometer
sprint
classic
racing
racing
head-to-head.
head-to-head. Six individuals vying
spots
for
1 and 2
spots
to move
1 and
forward
2
to
to
the
move forward to
semifinals.
the semifinal.
Up next will be
Up
women's
next
quarterfinal
will be
heat number
women's
5.
quarterfinal heat number 5, our final quarterfinal, heat number 5 for women, U18 women, starting at 11:50.
Hey man,
11:55
11:55
is the start of the U18 men's quarterfinal heat number 1.
11:55 is the start of the
11:55
women's
is
U18 quarterfinal heat number 1. But let's turn our attention to back on course. This is women's quarterfinal heat number 4 on course. They've gone up the sharp hill out of the stadium, turned around, come down the hill, and now they're approaching Mount Bauer. They've been on course for 1 minute, and those hearts are racing as they begin their climb up Mount Bauer. A tight group, all 6, close together. Once again, you can follow along with live timing at primetimetiming.com, primetimetiming.com. And we do have live stream available as well if you want to text mom or dad or grandma or grandpa at home. Check out the live feed that's coming from the event, and you can hear our voice wherever you are in the world. Amazing. All right, where are we? Women's U18 quarterfinal heat 4 is on course, and we are awaiting the start of the U18 women's quarterfinal heat number 5, projected to start at 11:50. We are 2 minutes in to the women's heat number 4, 2 minutes in to women's heat number 4. And once again, they've been completing these heats in this race in usually about 3 minutes, 45 seconds, to 4 minutes, 15 seconds, somewhere in there. Oh, it looks like it's tight for the lucky loser position. Once again, remember the top 2 from each heat move forward automatically. But we're also looking for 2 lucky losers to move forward, and it's looking like it needs to be a 3:48 or better to capture that spot. Woo! There we go. 3 minutes in. All right, we're 3 minutes in on women's quarterfinal heat number 4, the U18 women. They're coming up and over the pedestrian tunnel. Looks like we've got one skier out in front by quite a bit. There was quite a pack going up Mount Bauer. We've got one out in front. We'll get you that bib number as soon as we see it coming down the stretch. Looks like we've got bib 2 out in front.
Antigone, Loomis, Rocky Mountain.
Tough battle here for number 2 to move forward automatically between 12 and 21. Who's got it? Too close for us to tell. We think it might be bib number 12, which was Lily Bond from Alaska, but we'll have to wait for our timers to verify that. Hey, let's turn our attention to the start area where we've got women's U18 quarterfinal heat number 5 up on deck. And Peter, who's in that heat?
In Heat 5, it is Mia Cam Magrod from Alaska, Isabella Waters from Intermountain, Olivia Hanna from New England, Lee Nedick from New England, and Kayla Pike from Midwest, and Isla Elton from Rocky Mountain. We're now turning it over to the starters. And they are off and on course, and here we go. It is Heat 5 in our U18 quarterfinals. Fantastic up double polling, and here we go. It looks like Isabella is
in the lead up the top,
but it's tightening up quite a bit.
bit.
$11.55
is the start of the U18 men's quarterfinal heat number 1, and I see some men running down
chip.
to the
Excellent.
chip.
Well done, folks. 11:55 is the U18 men's quarterfinal heat number 1. On course, climbing Mount Bauer. It's women's U18 quarterfinal heat number 5. On course, women's quarterfinal heat number 5. Once again, the top 2 from each heat move forward automatically to the semifinals. And we're looking for 2 lucky losers, the 2 fastest times not of finishing first or second. And that could come from any heat. And as I look at my results here, looks like a time of 3:49 might do it, 3:48. If anybody gets a 3:47, they could be moving forward. Once again, we're at the women's quarterfinal heat number 5 is on course. We're waiting the start of the U18 men's quarterfinal heat number 1. We're Jim's runners. You're the runners, and I don't have anything for you yet. As soon as these ladies finish, then I'll have something. But he's got everything else. So when these ladies finish, then I'll have something for the women's semifinals.
Okay.
So I would come back in like 15 minutes.
Okay, we'll do.
Yeah, come back in 15.
Okay.
I think that'll give you, 10 to 15, that'll work.
Okay.
As soon as possible.
We are now about 2 minutes and 18 seconds into our final heat.
Okay, let's orientate ourselves. On course are the women's U18 quarterfinal heat number 5. They've just about 3 minutes into the race. They've been finishing around 3 minutes, 45 seconds or so for the winners. Yep, there they come. There's 1 and 2 out in front, 2 skiers out in front. As soon as they come into the stadium, we'll give you their bib numbers. On deck, starting at 11:55 is the U18 men's quarterfinal heat number 1. U18 men's quarterfinal heat number 1 is on deck, awaiting to start at 11:55. Once again, the top 2 move forward. Looks like coming down the stretch, we've got bib number 3, that's Mia Kammagarder. And bib number 8, Isabella Waters. So the top 2 in that heat moving forward is Mia and Isabella. And let's see if that heat was fast enough to grab a couple of lucky losers to move forward. Once again, top 2 move forward automatically, and then we're looking for the top 2 fastest times, not moving forward by virtue of finishing first or second in their heat. All right, that concludes the women's U18 quarterfinals. As soon as we get the results tabulated, we'll be able to figure out who's moving forward to the semifinals. But we now turn our attention to the men's U18 quarterfinal heat number 1, and I turn it over to my brother Pete to introduce those skiers.
All right, heat number 1, U18 men's in bib number 1, Jack Levesque from Alaska. Bib 10, Henry Schwarzentruber from New England. Bib 11, Jack Rudolph from Midwest. Bib 20 is Neil Stringer from Great Lakes, and 21 is Ethan Staver from Alaska, and Bib 30 is Theodore Bruner, Rocky Mountain. And we are up and underway. The starters have hit it, and off we go. Absolutely flying coming around.
Absolutely flying coming around.
And heading up Mount Bauer, here we go. This is going to be a tight pack. 1, 2, 3. And once again, we are in the men's U18 quarterfinal heat number 1. That is on course. Looks like we have our men lining up for Heat 2 in our men's U18 quarterfinals. We're keeping an eye here on the bridge. We are now 2 minutes into the race in Heat 1 and men's U18 quarterfinals. All right, while we have a minute in Heat 2, let's make our introductions for the men's U18 semifinals. In Bib 4, it's Landon Lavadier from Rocky Mountain. It is Bib 7 for Braxton Thornley. Bib 14 for Ian Carmack from Intermountain. Bib 17 for Gabe Black from Alaska. Bib 24 for Ivan Avanoff from New England. And Bib 27 for George Nelson, Midwest.
And just going over the bridge and coming into the stadium, it's going to be men's quarterfinal heat number 1, men's quarterfinal heat number 1 coming in to finish. And Peter, who do we see first?
Bib 1, it's Jack.
Looks like Jack LeVay coming in, bib number 1, Jack LeVay capturing, and bib number 11, Jack Rudolph. So 2 Jacks, and followed by bib number 10, Henry. So once again, the top 2 move ahead automatically, and then we're looking for 2 lucky losers. Heat number 2 has been introduced to you. They are on deck and under starters' orders. U18 men's quarterfinal heat number 2 under starters' orders.
And we are off. It is heat number 2 in the men's U18 quarterfinals. Landon, Braxton,
Landon, Braxton, Ian,
Ivan,
Gabe,
and George.
Ivan, and George.
Vying for those
Vying for those top 2 spots.
That will move them forward to our semifinals. All right, in our second heat, men's U18 quarters, coming up to Mount Bauer. That looks like Landon, but it is going to tighten up.
There are a pair of binoculars somewhere we... Does anybody have a pair of binoculars we could borrow?
Once again, we are in Heat 2 in the men's quarterfinals for U18, looking for those top 2 spots. And we are about a minute 40 into the race. Looks like our third heat in the men's U18 quarterfinals are starting to line up. And in our second heat here in the men's U18, it is about 2:15 into this race, and we're keeping an eye on the pedestrian bridge.
Pete, it looks like they've been finishing in about 3 minutes and 18 seconds is our fastest time so far. 3:20 would be the lucky loser time to beat right now. 3:20, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. So once again, crossing over the bridge is our first competitor in the men's quarterfinal heat number 2. And on deck, men's quarterfinal heat number 3. On deck, men's quarterfinal heat number 3. All right, coming in, we've got bib number 4. That's Landon Lavadier from Rocky Mountain. Landon Lavadier. And moving up quite a bit, this is bib number 27. This is George Nelson from Midwest capturing a spot to move forward. Once again, their bib numbers were earned by how they did in the qualifying race. Bib 1 would be the winner of that qualifying race. Bib 25 would have been 25th in that race. So to move up like that is quite good there, George. All right, on deck, it's heat number 3 in the men's U18, and Peter Johns will introduce.
All right. In bib number 5 in our third heat, it's Ben Kaufman from Pacific Northwest. Bib 6 is Matthew McIntosh from New England. Bib 15, Luca Karnakis from Far West. Bib 16 is Odin Berryman from Intermountain. Bib 25, Jonah Gorman from New England. And bib 26 is Charlie St. George from Intermountain. You are now under starters' orders. This is our third heat in men's U18 quarterfinals.
And they're off. That is men's quarterfinal heat number 3 in the U18 division on course. Once again, it's a 1.3
Once again, it's a
kilometer
1.3 kilometer course. There's a sharp little hill right up out of the stadium. It's that heart racing right away. They turn to the left, down a nice long hill, and then turn to their right and up.
Mount Bower, the toughest hill on this course. Once again, we've got a little sun peeking out here in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin, on top of 4 to 5 inches of fresh snow. Challenging conditions for a wax tech, but we've got some good ones here. We probably have the best in the nation here trying to figure it out to make sure these competitors have the kick they need and the glide that makes them fly. Once again, on course is the U18 men's quarterfinal heat number 3. On course is the men's U18 quarterfinal heat number 3. Up next, men's quarterfinal heat number 4 in the U18 division. Our fastest time so far today on the course goes to Landon Lavadier, who got a 3:14, so quick times here today. A lucky loser time looks like it's got to be better than 3:17, around the 3:17 mark to move forward as a lucky loser. Once again, where we're at, we are at men's quarterfinal heat number 3 is on course. And it's starting at 12:10, men's quarterfinal heat 4 at 12:10.
And we're coming up on about 2 minutes into this third heat. Keeping an eye on the pedestrian bridge.
Our eyes are glued to our little monitor here in the announcer's booth, watching for that first competitor to go across the bridge over the pedestrian tunnel that leads into the Carlson Competition Stadium where we're at today. Oh, looks like we've got a little bit of a tight race here.
Yeah,
1,
we
2,
do.
3, 4. Nice and tight. Let's see how they come around the corner. Once again, on course, this is heat number 3. Men's U18 heat number 3 is on course. Oh, Charlie St. George appears to be out in front. Bib 26. Tough battle here for second place in this heat between 16 and 6. That's between Matthew and Odin. That's a photo finish, according to my brother. All right. Up next, to introduce U18 men's quarterfinal heat 4. I turn it over to you, Pete.
All right, thanks, Dave. It is heat 4, and this is the men's U18 quarterfinals. Bib number 2, Grayson Stanek Allward from Alaska. Bib 9, Donovan Van Sitters from New England. Bib 12, Peter Hackney from Midwest. Bib 19, James Denier from Great Lakes. Bib 22, Freedom Bennett from Alaska, and Bib 29 is Raven Spangler from Alaska. Gentlemen, we turn things over to the starter.
And they're off.
Here we
This is
go.
the men's U18 quarterfinal heat number 4.
Oh my gosh, that is just nothing but lightning on their way. Double pull right up that first hill. Hearts pounding. Full run. All right, we're starting to get a little bit more consistent sunshine. We are about a minute 40 into this fourth heat. Keeping our eye on the monitors. Looks like our heats have been running around 3:14 to 3:20. Coming up on the 2-minute mark, and we'll keep an eye as they come into the Carlson Bridge right through to the Carlson Competition Stadium.
Times are running fast to capture that lucky loser spot. Looks like 3:17. Braxton Thornley right now is in position to move forward as a lucky loser. So tough times to capture that lucky loser spot.
All right, David, looks like our final heat is starting to line up. I am going to turn the attention here, see what we've got coming into the stadium as we keep an eye on our pedestrian bridge. We are 2 minutes, 33 seconds in this fourth heat.
That's right. We're at the men's U18 quarterfinal heat number 4 on course, and on deck is men's quarterfinal heat number 5. And I see a lone competitor quite a ways out in front coming up and over the bridge, entering the stadium here in just a few seconds. Hey, if anybody's got a pair of binoculars they'd be willing to share with the announcers here, we would love them. We forgot ours today.
Oh, 2 and 3's coming in fast. All right, so.
We've got Grayson Stanovic, Allward from Alaska, out in front here. And bib 22, that belongs to Freedom Bennett. Looks like Freedom and Grayson move forward automatically. Hey, Nina came through with the binoculars. Thank you so much, Nina. We'll make sure they get back to you. Where are you from, Nina? Sun Valley. Sun Valley, Idaho. Thank you so much, Sun Valley.
Not all heroes wear capes. Thank you.
All right, let's turn our attention now to the men's quarterfinal heat number 5. Quarterfinals heat number 5. And Pete, are you ready to read who is in heat number 5?
We are ready to rock heat 5. In bib number 3, it is Logan Drevlau, Midwest. Bib 8 is Chase Laker, Alaska. Bib 13 is Carter Nemkimowitz from Rocky Mountain. Bib 18 is Wells Hattori from Midwest. And bib 23 is Peter Can, Rocky Mountain. And bib 28 is Aiden Sands from Pacific Northwest. Gentlemen, our 5th heat, and we turn you over now to the starters' orders.
And And they're off. It's the U18 men's quarterfinal heat number 5. We've got Logan, Chase, Carter, Wells, Peter, Aiden on course. 1.3 kilometers of racing head-to-head. 6 guys vying for 2 spots to move forward to the semifinals.
I'll say first down the hill.
Once again, for the lucky loser spot, looks like we need to be in the 317 range to move forward. 318 maybe.
They're coming around into that corner. They're coming up power. Let me see what I can find.
All right, soon we'll be turning our attention to the women's semifinals, U18 women's semifinals, heat 1 and 2. There is no rest for the fast in this race. No rest for the fast. All right, going up Mount Bauer, it is hard to see bib numbers, but we've got 6 tight together. It looks like number 3 is out in front. That would be Logan.
Yep.
Logan Drevlo from Midwest.
Now they disappeared into the woods.
That is a long climb, probably about 300-400 meters of climb up and out of the stadium area.
If there's 2.5 seconds between the
Once again on course, we have the men's quarterfinal heat number 5 is on course, and up next, starting at 12:20, is the U18 women's semifinals. We're now down to 12 women that have moved forward, battling for that top position. Whew, how many times will they ski today? 1 in the qualifier, 2 in the semifinals, 2 in the quarterfinals, 3 in the semifinals, and if they make it to the finals, 4 times around this course today.
That is a lot of skiing, and we are 2 minutes now into this final heat in the men's U18 quarters, and looking at our monitors here, 2:15 in. We'll keep an eye on, generally about a minute or so away from what we've been seeing on the averages, and once we get to that pedestrian bridge at the Carlson Competition Stadium, we want to hear that noise as our incredible athletes come into the stadium, and we now have a set of binoculars, so the world is getting better. Nina from Sun Valley, thank you.
Peter, put those glasses on and tell me who is coming around the bend first.
All right, we are watching.
Once again, this is men's U18 semifinal heat number 5.
Dudes, get all the way, dudes. Here we go. Our first bib coming into the stadium. Bib 3.
Looks like Logan Drevlo is leading into the stadium, followed closely by Carter Nemikovitz from Rocky Mountain.
3-way tie between 28-8 and 23.
All right. Looks like Logan's backing off a little bit. He knows he's got it, but for that second spot, who's it going to be? Looks like bib 13, Carter Nemikovitz. So top 2 move forward automatically from each heat, and then we're looking for the next 2 fastest times from any of the heats to move forward to the semifinals. Pete, I think it's just about time now to introduce the U18 women semifinals, which is posted right there.
There it is.
My
There we
friends.
go. Right there. All right, Dave. Thank you. U18 women's semi, and in bib number 1. Yep, in bib number 1, it's Linnea Ostigan from Midwest. Bib 16, Cora Hinsdale, Mid-Atlantic. Bib 4, Tula Higman, Intermountain. Bib 10, Elise Elliott, Alaska. Bib 7, Sophia McGinnis-Smith, Rocky Mountain. Bib 21, Race Weidenhammer, Intermountain. We now turn you over to starters' orders. And we are off. It's our women U18 semifinals. Double pulling, full throttle up that first hill. The blood pressure corner coming up. This is the women's U18 semifinals, heat number 1. Starting the long climb up Mount Bower. One, two, three, 4 positions, very tight. And they are stomping up Mount Bower. Full throttle the whole way. Starting to spread out just a little bit on that first plateau.
20 minutes or so?
No, 5.
Oh,
10 minutes, yeah, come back in.
We are now a minute 30 into the semifinal here, heat 1.
Women's semifinal heat number 1 is on course.
Women's U18 semifinal heat 1 now on course, and we are about 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes in to this race. Keeping our eye again on the pedestrian cam, and we will give you updates. I'll turn things over to my brother Dave here and start getting these binoculars working from Sun Valley. So thank you so much. About a 1.3 classic course here. Sun looks like it's going to be sticking around for a little bit, so that's going to change our wax strategy as we roll through this afternoon. Dave, I'm going to get the binoculars out because we're about 225 in.
Once again, on course, it's the U18 Women's Semifinal Heat 1, and on deck, starting at 12:25, is the U18 Women's Semifinal Heat number 2. Times for the women have been running around 3 minutes and 45 seconds or so. We're approaching 2:50 on the race clock. I'm hearing cheering from behind the announcer's hut. Women's semifinal heat number 1 is on course once again. And once again here, all the ladies will be moving forward. All will be moving forward. Top 2 move automatically to the A final. And then we're looking for 2 lucky losers again to move forward to the A final. And the rest of the competitors will move forward to the B final.
These guys are all in my way. All right, I'll call it. Here we go. Here's our first one. Bib 1.
All right.
Bib 4.
Coming into the stadium first
Bib 4.
for the women's U18, bib 4, Tula.
Oh, now 4 and 1.
And 1, Linnea Ostergen.
Oh, that's going to be tight. 1 and 4 over the top. 16 third.
All right, that's the conclusion of the women's semifinal heat number 1, U18. Up next is the women's semifinal heat number 2 for the U18 women. And Pete, I turn it over to you to introduce the competitors.
All right, thanks, Dave. And heat 2 in bib number 3, it's Maya Kamagruti from Alaska. In bib number 2, Antigone Loomis, Rocky Mountain. Bib number 5, Astrid Longstreth, New England. Bib 8, Isabella Waters, Intermountain. Bib 12, Lily Bond, Alaska. And in bib 11, it's Claire Serrano, New England. Ladies, you are under starters' orders. This is super.
And they're off. Mia, Antigon, Astrid, Isabel, Lily, Claire on course. Women's semifinal heat number 2 on course. Up next at 12:30 is the U18 men's semifinal heat 1. Up next, U18 men's semifinal heat number 1. On course, women's U18 semifinal heat number 2. Once again, what happens in the semifinals? How do they move forward? Top 2 move forward automatically. First 2 across the line move forward automatically to the A final. Then we search for the next 2 fastest times from either semifinal to move forward into that A final. And everybody else moves forward into the B final. Yes, we are doing B finals today. Going up Mount Bauer, looks like bib number 8 has got the lead, that Isabella Waters. We'll see how that shakes out on the return into the stadium. Once again, a 1.3 kilometer classic course today here, after receiving 4 to 5 inches of snow last night.
Oh, it's all tightened up now. 1, 2, and 3 is almost a dead heat, and then it's spread to 3, 4.
All right. Using these sweep binoculars, we're seeing that the competition is quite tight up to the top of Mount Bauer. 1, 2, and 3 are tight together. Let's see how it shakes out as they come into the stadium.
Now we're starting to.
We could turn our attention now to the starters in the men's semifinal heat number 1. Men's semifinal heat number 1. And Pete, why don't you introduce men's semifinal heat number 1 for the U18 men?
All right, thank you, Dave. In bib number 4, Landon Devery from Rocky Mountain. Bib number 1, Jack Levesque, Alaska. Bib 26, Charlie St. George from Intermountain. Bib 27, George Nelson, Midwest. Bib 11, Jack Rudolph, Midwest. Bib 28, Aiden Sands, Pacific Northwest. Gentlemen, we turn you over to the starters.
Once again, on course is the U18 women's semifinal heat number 2 on course. The top 2 will move forward automatically to the A final, and then it'll be a little bit of a shooting match to who gets to move forward to the A or the B final. But all move forward, all have one more race to do.
Oh, it's a big fight. Here we go. 2.
Bib 2 looks to be taking a good lead here, and that belongs to Antigon Lomas. And bib 3, Mia Kamadiger from Alaska. All right, that's the conclusion of the women's semifinal heat number 2. We've already introduced these fine gentlemen that are up next for the men's U18 semifinal heat 1. They are now under starters' orders.
This is men's heat 1, correct? There we go. Final and A final. 12:30, right? Okay. I'll get these guys off and running.
Yeah, I've got a print for a little bit.
I'll keep an eye.
So where are you
This
at?
is men's
Men's
U18
semifinal?
Yep, men's U18 semifinal. And we are off. Sun's out, guns out. Landon, Jack, Charlie, George, Jack, and Aiden rolling up that first hill. Nothing but double pulls and all out. This is a big turn. This is On Course Men's U18 Semifinals Heat 1. Just turning and working their way up Mount Bauer, double pull. We're spread out 1, 2, 3. Tightening up now as we start kicking and running up to that first plateau. That is a significant vertical climb up there. They're spread out going in, and then on that first plateau, it seems like things tighten up quite a bit. And then we get ready for that second rise. About a 1.3K classic course. Looks like we're going to have sun for the rest of this afternoon.
Once again, on course, this is the men's semifinal. Heat number 1 is on course. U18 men's semifinal heat 1 is on course. At 12:35, our men's semifinal heat number 2 will be taking the course. But they're up next on deck. Men's semifinal heat number 2. Once again, the top 2 from the semifinals move forward automatically to the final, the A final. And then the rest of the gentlemen are fighting for spots, lucky loser spot, 2 spots to move forward to the A final. Total of 6 in the A final, and the rest of the gentlemen will head into the B final.
We are about 2 minutes, 35 seconds into it, and we can hear them. There they go. They're coming over the pedestrian bridge, our first skiers.
All right, Pete's got on those sweet binoculars that came from all the way from Sun Valley for us. And who's coming in this men's semifinal heat number 1?
Looks like bib 1.
Bib 1, we got Jack Laveau from Alaska. Jack Levesque.
There we go, bib 4.
Bib 4, followed closely by Landon Leverd.
And bib 11.
All right, looks like 4 and 1 are going to move forward to the A final.
26.
And is bib 11's time, is Jack Rudolph's time enough to move him forward by a lucky loser? We'll see after the next heat. Once again, that's the conclusion of the U18 men's semifinal heat number 1. And on deck, and to be introduced here in just a second by my brother, is the U18 men's semifinal heat number 2.
All right, in our second heat in bib number 3, it's Logan Drevlo from Midwest. In bib number 2, Grayson Stanek Alward, Alaska. Bib 13, Carter Nankemowitz, Rocky Mountain. Bib 6, Matthew McIntosh, New England. Bib 22, Freedom Bennett, Alaska. And bib 7 is Braxton Thornley, Alaska. Gentlemen, you are now under starter's orders. And it is time to rock. It is our second heat in the men's U18 semis. Logan, Grayson, Carter, Matthew, Freedom, and Braxton. We are up and underway and hammering up that first hill. These guys are flying, and it's 1, 2, 3. It's a nice even spread all the way down that first decline as we roll into that hard right for Mount Bauer climb. Looking to see what happens at that first plateau. Double pulling. Now we start the run. Looks like even spacing on our first plateau and then moving up to that second incline. We are in the men's U18 semis. This is Heat 2, up and underway. We just hit the 2-minute mark into this second heat in our semis for men's U18. That means we're going to keep our eye on the pedestrian bridge into the Carlson Competition Stadium. Right behind the announcer's booth. When we hear you roar, we know we're getting close. Sun's out, guns out. Looks like we're going to have a beautifully perfect, warm, early spring day here in Cable, Wisconsin at the Junior Nationals. It looks like we have a good lead, number 1, coming up over the bridge, and things are really tight between 2, 3, and 4. All right, Dave, I'm going to get the binoculars, turn this back over to you. Here we go, coming in the stadium. 2.
Looks like bib 2, we've got Grayson Stanek Allward from Alaska out in front, followed closely by bib 3, Logan Drevlo. So looks like Grayson and Logan will be moving ahead by virtue of finishing first and second. And then we'll be looking for who is that lucky loser, who's the 2 lucky losers moving forward to the A final. It's at this moment now that we'll take a bit of a pause. 12:45 will be the start of our women's B final. The U18 women's B final will be at 12:45. 12:45, U18 women's B final, followed 5 minutes later by the U18 men's B final. So not much rest for these gentlemen that are moving forward into the B final. Not much rest at all.
All right, and welcome back to the Junior Nationals, beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. We are getting ready for our U18 Women's B Final. And it looks like our competitors are in line. In bib 7, Sophia McGinnis-Smith, Rocky Mountain. Bib 5 is Astrid Longstreth, New England. Bib 11 is Claire Cernero, New England. Bib 10 is Elise Elliott, Alaska. Bib 12, Lily Bond, Alaska. Bib 21, Reese Weidenhammer, Intermountain. Ladies, you are under starters' orders.
And they're off. This is U18 Women's B Final. Women's B Final. U18 Women's B Final. We've got Sophia, Astrid, Claire, Elise, Lily, and Reese on course for the Women's B Final. Women's U18 B Final on course.
All right, up that first plateau. Once again on course, it is our U18 Women's B Final. Sophia, Astrid, Claire, Elise, Lily, and Reese.
Up next will be the Men's B Final, the U18 Men's B Final at 12:50. Up next, the Men's U18 B Final at 12:50. The B Final will determine places 7 through 12, if I'm counting right, which is important places for the Alaska Cup points and to determine All-American status.
And we are now 2 minutes 25 into this B Final. Keeping an eye here on our pedestrian bridge. Spectators, we rely on your noise and thunder to cue us. All right, just went over the 3-minute mark into our B final women's U18. Here they come, right across the pedestrian bridge. Cheer them in.
It's looking like Claire Serrano might be out in front here. Bib number 11. We're catching with the binoculars. Thank you, Sun Valley.
Bib 12.
Bib 12 followed closely by Bib 12. That's Elise Elliott. Oh, I'm sorry, Lily Bond. All right, nice tight racing. That's the women's B final. Well done, ladies. Up next, this is the men's B final. Men's B final is on deck. Men's B final is on deck. And Peter, who's in the B final here for the U18 men?
All right, in Bib 6, it's Matthew McIntosh, Northeast, New England. Bib 27, George Nelson, Midwest. Bib 26, Charlie St. George, Intermountain. Bib 22, Freedom Bennett, Alaska. Bib 28, Aiden Sands, Pacific Northwest. And Bib 13, Carter Nemkinowitz, Rocky Mountain. Gentlemen, starters' orders.
On course. There they go. This is the U18 men's B final, vying for places 7 through 12.
Dave, they are hammering up that first hill. Moving into that full sprint jog. Coming up for that first left-hand turn in our B final men's U18.
Just a reminder, this is their 4th time around at race pace, max heart rate, 4 times in one day in under a couple of hours. They started at 9 o'clock this morning, 10 o'clock for the men. So not much recovery time and lots of high heart rate time. There goes our B final men up Mount Bauer.
Big spread, 1, 2, 3. That tends to tighten up as they start the jog up to that first plateau.
Hey, this B final is important because the top 10, that's top 3 places in this race, places 7, 8, 9, and 10, will qualify for all American awards, and that means something. That's awesome. So tight racing here, trying to capture that all American awards and trying to earn Alaska Cup points for their division.
And coming up, it's our U18 Women's A Final at 12:55. And it looks like our competitors are starting to move themselves to the start line. We are now just about 2 minutes into our men's B Final U18. All right, 2:25 into our men's U18B final. Matthew, Carter, Freedom, Charlie, George, and Aiden. We need to hear that thunder as they're coming across. There it is, the pedestrian bridge. These guys have been working their tails off all morning. And here we go, our first gear coming across. 1, 2, solid pacing across. Dave, I'm going to switch over to binoculars here.
Looks like a tight battle here. Oh, Bib 27. That's George Nelson capturing it. And followed by 28, Aiden Sands. Bib 13 belongs to Carter Nemekowitz from Rocky Mountain. And there you are. That is the men's B final, for the U18 men. Up next is the women's A final, the U18 women's A final. This is for places 1 through 6. Bottom of the line here. And Peter, who is in the women's A final?
All
It's
right.
going to be taking off here in just a minute.
In our U18 A final in bib 1, it's Linnea Ostagren from Midwest. In bib number 2, it's Antigone Loomis, Rocky Mountain. In bib number 4, it's Tula Higman, Intermountain. In bib number 3, it's Mayakam, Alaska. In bib 16, it's Cora Hinsdale from Mid-Atlantic. And in bib 8, it's Isabella Waters from Intermountain. Ladies, under starters orders. This is the A final, U18 women's. And it is rock and roll time in our A final U18 women's. Linnea, Antigone, Tula, Maya, Cora, Isabella, all headed up that first incline. This is our A final. U18 women's, this is absolutely fantastic. We'll keep an eye as they take that left in that first descent before they have to take that hard right up to Mount Bauer. Hitting that double pole up Mount Bauer. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is tight positioning all the way through, starting the stomp and the jog up to that first plateau. All out racing in our A final U18 women's. For immediate results and to follow, check primetimetiming.com.
Runners for the starters, I made a mistake. Will you report to the announcer's hut? Runners for the starters, please report to the timer's hut. Once again, our runners for the starters, please report to the announcing hut.
On course, it's the U18 Women's A Final, and we are 2 minutes into this incredible race, keeping our eye on our pedestrian bridge at the Carlson Competition Stadium. This is a lot of racing for these incredible athletes here at the Junior Nationals, so when they come across that bridge, let them know. We'll keep an eye as they come into the stadium for positions 1, 2, 3. In our U18 Women's A Final. Two minutes, 40 seconds in.
This is tight. Tight battle for what? Tight battle for top 5. There's 5.
This is going to be a tight battle for their top 5. 3 minutes in. Let's hear it. Yes, this is coming into the pedestrian bridge. 1, 2 positions are going to be very, very tight. Third coming in. Dave, I'm going to get these binoculars and let you take it from here. the stadium. Oh my gosh. Boys, your heads. Oh, come on, man. 1.
Looks like Linnea's out in front, but followed closely by bib number, so hard to read the bib numbers. Bib number 4, 1 and 4, first across the line. Linnea and Tula. All right, congratulations, ladies. Places 1 through 6 contested there for the women's U18 Classic Sprint here at beautiful Cable, Wisconsin on the Berkey Trail. Up next, starting at 1 o'clock, is the men's A final. Men's A final, and Peter, who's in this race?
We are ready to go in our A final. Men's U18, Landon Leveter from Rocky Mountain. In bib 4, in bib 2, Grayson Stanek Alward from Alaska. In bib 1, it's Jack Levesque from Alaska. In bib 3, it's Logan Drevlow, Midwest. Bib 7 is Braxton Thornley, Alaska. And bib 11 is Jack Rudolph, Midwest. Gentlemen, you are under starters' orders. And we are off on our way to that first incline here on the beautiful Berkey Trail in Cable, Wisconsin. It's the Junior Nationals, the A final of our men's U18. Landon, Grayson, Jack, Logan, Braxton, and Jack Rudolph. Guys, this is it. Nice long lead, 1 and 2 and 3, taking that hard right into Mount Bauer, and the climb and stop to that first plateau tends to tighten things up. Let's see what happens in our men's A final in our U18 here at the Junior Nationals. Double polling, now the stomp, now the jog, climbing. And it looks like that interval is going to stay spread out as they get past that first plateau, coming up Mount Bauer to the next plateau. We'll keep an eye on things. We are just about 1 minute, 20 seconds into our A final here with our men's U18 at the Junior Nationals. What an absolutely spectacular day in Cable, Wisconsin for racing. Thank the snow gods for 4 to 5 inches last night, throughout the night. Thank the groomers for all of the work, our volunteers for putting this together in incredible order, in an incredible course. This is Northwoods Nordic Racing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes, 13 seconds into our A final, men's U18. Let's hear it. How's it coming?
It's like bib 4. Bib 4, rocking it. Bib 4 out front.
All right, looks like Landon out front.
Bib 1 second.
And followed by Jack.
And bib 11, so top 3.
And Jack Rudolph in third, but we're coming up here to our pedestrian bridge, and right across the bridge, 1, 2, 3, even pacing. Let them know, Cable, Wisconsin. This is your A final men's U18 Junior Nationals.
Number 4, Landon Lavadier. Cross the line first. Number 1, Jack Levesque from Alaska, captures second. And in third, it's number 3, Logan Drevlo from Midwest.
What
Wow.
an absolutely spectacular finish for our U18 men's and our U18 women's with our junior nationals here in Cable. Beautiful, beautiful, warm, sunny, early spring, lots of snow. Couldn't ask for a better junior nationals.
If you're connected with the U18 division, you definitely want to head over to the Dirksen Great Hall, where we'll be having the U18 prize ceremony at 1:15. 1:15, just 12 short minutes from now. You want to be over at the Dirksen Great Hall, the big red, beautiful building, for the U18 prize ceremony for today's 1.3 kilometer classic sprint.
And racing so nice, we're going to do it thrice. Coming up here at 1:10, it's the U20 women's quarterfinals, Heat 1. That comes up at 1:10, U20 women's quarterfinals, Heat 1.
Well, once again, let's catch up where we are at. We've just concluded the U18 quarterfinals, semifinals, A and B finals. U18 men's and women's are now complete. And guess what? We get to do the same set two more times. We've got U20 men and women to run through that process, and then we have the U16 men and women to run through it again. It'll feel a little bit like Groundhog's Day today, that movie Groundhog's Day, feel a little bit like that, but each of these competitors is unique, and each race is going to be unique for them. So looking forward to every race that's going to happen today. Coming up at 1:10, it's the U20 women's quarterfinal Heat 1. 1:10 will be the start of the women's quarterfinal Heat 1, and that's just in 3 minutes. Women's quarterfinal Heat number 1 in just under 3 minutes. All right, let's introduce who is in women's quarterfinal heat number 1 for the females, U20, women 20 and under. We've got, or rather U20, we've got Nikki Johnson from the far west, Sophie Capozzi from Pacific Northwest, Nisha Nichols from Intermountain, Annika Johnston from far west, Grayson Kennedy, Rocky Mountain, and Greta Weindebrand from the Midwest. Nikki, Sophie, Nasia, Annika, Grayson, and Greta, all here in the women's U20 quarterfinals, heat number 1. We don't have to have it quite in these quarterfinals. Yeah, I think semifinals. Bump it up. We can't sustain that level of enthusiasm for the quarterfinals. Once again, to catch you up, we are awaiting the start of the U20 women's quarterfinal heat number 1, waiting for confirmation from the timer and the starter that all is good to go. The women here will be skiing 1.3 kilometers in the classic technique. This will be their second time around the course today. These are the top 30 individuals in these quarterfinals that progressed out of the qualifying race this morning. And I now turn it over to our starter. And they're off. This is women's U20 quarterfinal heat number 1. Nikki, Sophie, Nasia, Annika, Grayson, and Greta on course. Once again, the top 2 will move forward automatically to the semifinals. Top 2 from each heat will move forward to the semifinals. And then we're looking for 2 lucky losers. That is the 2 best times from any of the heats, any of the 5 heats will also move forward into the semifinals for a total of 12 moving forward. Once again, on course, U20 women's quarterfinal heat number 1. Up on deck is going to be U20 women's quarterfinal heat 2. On deck, U20 women's quarterfinal heat 2. Once again, on course is heat number 1 in the women's U20 quarterfinals. They've been on course now for 1 minute 58 seconds, and they've been running about 3 minutes 45 in that area for each of the heats. Oh, can I just say this? If you're wearing bib 17, you're special to me. All right, approaching the Carlson pedestrian tunnel. Going to ski up and over the top of that. We've got heat number 1 in the women's U20. Looks like we've got 1 individual out in front. Once again, the top 2 move forward to the semifinals. And then we look for the 2 fastest time from any heat to move forward to the semifinals as well, for a total of 12 moving forward from the 5 heats. And looks like bib number 1 looks like Nikki Johnson, and bib 11, Nasia Nichols, are going to capture that 1-2 move forward automatically spot. And then it's going to be a little bit of a horse race to figure out who's going to get that lucky loser spot, those 2 lucky loser spot. Okay, let's turn our attention now to heat number 2, the U20 women's quarterfinals heat number 2. And who's in there? We've got Beth McIntosh from New England, Rose Horning from Rocky Mountain, Millie Bletzler from New England, Nada Hutchinson from the Midwest, Hannah Gorman, New England, and Estella Laird from New England. Once again, on the line, women's U20 quarterfinals heat number 2. And they're off. Beth, Rose, Miley, Nada, Hannah, Estella on course. Women's U20 heat number 2.
All right.
All right, approaching
Mount
Mount
Power.
Power.
This is the women's U20 quarterfinal heat number 2. Approaching that first big climb up Mount Power. Once again, we are right at the beginning of the women's U20 quarterfinals. Heat number 2 is on course. Heat number 3 is on deck. Heat number 2 is on course.
Women's U20 quarterfinals. All right, we're about 2 minutes, 20 seconds into the women's quarterfinal heat number 2 on course. Any moment now, they should be approaching the pedestrian tunnel. On deck, we have heat number 3. Let's take a moment while we have it to introduce them. This is heat number 3 that's on deck, and we'll introduce who's waiting to start. In bib 5, it's Nyla Scott from New England. Number 6, Claire Chmielewski from Rocky Mountain. Wearing bib 15, Finley Dezana from Intermountain. Bib number 16, Maya Trepek from Alaska. Bib 25, Sophia Bender, Rocky Mountain. And bib 26, Carla Schweiders from the Great Lakes. All right, coming in to finish here any moment will be heat number 2, the competitors in heat number 2 for the women's U20. like bib 7 and bib 4. So looks like we got Rose Horning and Beth McIntosh. Looks like they will move forward by virtue of finishing first and second in this heat. And the rest will be known by times on who's going to move forward as a lucky loser. All right, that's the conclusion of heat number 2 in the women's U20. And now, beginning to ready to start is heat number 3, women's heat, quarterfinal heat number 3, U20 women. And we've introduced them, and now they're under starters' orders. And they're off. This is the U20 women's quarterfinal heat number 3 on course. U20 women's quarterfinal heat number 3. This is Nyla, Claire, Finley, Maya, Sophia, and Carla on course.
And on course, women's U20 Heat 3. We are just about a minute into that. Just finished the climb. Headed, there we go. Headed up the Mount Power and headed to that first plateau. Looks like we're going to turn this into a bluebird afternoon here in Cable, Wisconsin for the Junior Nationals. All kinds of racing action throughout the rest of today. We have our quarterfinals, our semis, and we have our A and B finals. U20s, men and women, and then it's the U16. We're about 2 minutes into Heat 3, which gives us an opportunity to introduce our fourth heat in the women's U20 quarterfinals. And in bib 2, it's Lila Gullum from Midwest. Bib 9, it's Ava Schneider from New England. Bib 12, it's Hannah Koch from New England. Bib 19 is Emma Maria Parson, New England. Bib 22, Monet Agapoulos, Great Lakes. And bib 29, Anna Rhodes, Rocky Mountain. You have been introduced and are now under starters' orders. We are 2 minutes, 48 seconds into Heat 3. And so we are keeping an eye on what's happening here as we come up to the pedestrian bridge in our U20 women's quarterfinals, Heat 3 on course now. We can hear the cheering. We can hear the noise and the thunder on this beautiful day in Cable, Wisconsin at the Junior Nationals. Absolutely spectacular racing. This is Nordic Woods Northern Racing. We're so happy everybody was here today to make this happen. And there is our first heat competitor in 3 coming across that bridge. And coming into the stadium finish here, that looks like Claire with bib 6, and in bib 5, that looks like Nayla Scott. Claire from Rocky Mountain, Nayla from New England. And there's Sophia Bender from Rocky Mountain coming in positions 1, 2, and 3. That is Heat 3 in the books for U20 women's quarterfinals. And now we are under starters orders for Heat 4 as we get things up and underway in our heats in the U20 women's. And we are off and running to our first ascent. On the Berkey Trail, Lila, Ava, Hannah, Emma, Monet, and Anna. Heat 4, women's U20 quarterfinals up and underway, and that first climb, taking that left, a little bit more, and now the descent as we get ready to climb Mount Bauer. Here we go, nice spread. 1 and 2 starting to tighten up. Getting ready for that jog and stomp up Mount Bauer to that first plateau. Double pulling. Here we go. This is our fourth heat in the U20 women's quarterfinals. We are about a minute 20 into this race. Getting ready for our fifth and final heat in the U20 women's quarterfinals. I see our competitors moving their way to the line. We'll introduce you and turn you over to starters orders shortly. 1 and 2 automatically go on, and then we look for those lucky loser timers. All right, 2 minutes, 10 seconds in. On course is the fourth heat in our U20 women's. On deck is the start for our fifth and final heat in U20 women's in our quarterfinals. We see our competitors starting to line up, getting under starters orders. We'll give an introduction here in just a minute or two. We are 2 minutes, 33 seconds in. 2:45 into Heat 4. On course, Heat 4, U20, women's. Three minutes in and we're starting to hear some noise. There we go. Coming over the pedestrian tunnel. Looks like 1 and 2 is going to be tight in our fourth heat in the U20 women's. Here we go. 1 and 2 are coming in. Yeah, I got plenty of time for introductions. You want to?
You don't have time. We all have time for introductions after.
Yes.
12 and 9.
All right, coming in, it's Hannah Koch, New England, and Ava Schneider, New England. Our first and second positions in Heat 4. All right, in our U20 women's final quarterfinal heat race number 5, in bib number 3, introducing Piper Sears, Alaska. Bib 8, Tania Boonstra, Alaska. Bib 13, Alex Punsak, Midwest. Bib 18, Annalise Baird, Midwest. Bib 23, Charlotte Wilson, Intermountain. Bib 28, Holland Colcutt, Far West. Ladies, you are under starters' orders. And we're off. This is our 5th and final heat in the women's U20 quarterfinals as Piper, Tania, Alex, Annalise, Charlotte, and Holland make their way up that first big climb. Take that left, descend down into the right-hand turn into Mount Bowers, and then we start the jog and the stomp up to that first plateau. Generally see pretty even pacing as we get to that point. And then things generally change after that first plateau, and positions often shift. Our first two on to the semis. And here we go, the double pull. 1 and 2. Rather tight. Now comes the jog and stomp, 3 and 4. We have a first and second bracket race up the hill. This beautiful bluebird afternoon in Kansas, Wisconsin at the Junior Nationals. We are in our 5th heat and final heat of our U20 women's quarterfinals. Current live time check 1:31, coming up at 1:35. We move to our U20 men's quarterfinals heat 1 at 1:35, and it looks like the gentlemen have already moved themselves into position and getting themselves aligned and in communication with our starters. We'll do an introduction with them shortly as we keep an eye on our 5th and final race in the U20 women's heats. That is our 5th one. Piper, Tania, Alex, Annalise, Charlotte, Holland, keeping an eye out, coming up to the pedestrian tunnel. We are now just a couple minutes into the race.
Wouldn't use it alone.
All right, in the women's U20 quarterfinals, 5th heat, starting to hear some noise as we're coming up to the pedestrian tunnel. Looks like solid double pole pacing, 1 and 2 positions, maybe a second or two apart. 2 or 3 seconds to third. We'll keep an eye on the timing, obviously. Primetimetiming.com. All right, coming in our final heat. That looks like Piper from Alaska and Tania from Alaska. And that is Alex Punsak from Midwest. Piper and Tania from Alaska. All right, let's turn our attention now in the quarterfinals with the men's U20 getting up and underway. It is our first heat, and it looks like the gentlemen have got themselves in line here. So in bib 1, it's Murphy Kimball, Alaska. Bib 10 is Oliver Swaby from New England. Bib 11, William Bentley, Rocky Mountain. Bib 20, Isaac Novstad, Intermountain. Bib 21, Brandon Belize, Mid-Atlantic. And bib 30 is Thomas Vandekamp from Intermountain. This is our first heat in our men's quarterfinal U20. Gentlemen, you are under starters' orders. And let's get ready to rumble up that first incline. Murphy, Oliver, William, Isaac, Braden, Thomas. We are up and underway on course in our men's quarterfinals, first heat, U20. Blistering pace up that first turn to the left and down. The descent opening up full throttle. Little bit of drafting here. Getting ready for that turn, that hard turn into Mount Power. We'll keep an eye on double pole in that first section, then the stomp and jog to that first plateau. Solid pace, 1, 2, 3. Now starting to tighten up on that first plateau as they get ready to ascend the second plateau in our first heat in the men's U20 quarterfinal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming up on the 2-minute mark in our first heat on the men's quarterfinals, U20. Not too far away from the pedestrian tunnel. And it looks like our competitors in Heat 2 in the quarterfinals, men U20, are starting to line themselves up into position. Negotiating with the starter, making sure the introductions are clear and concise. All right, coming across the first pedestrian tunnel, 1 and 2, maybe a second apart. 3, second and a half apart. We'll keep an eye as they come into the stadium. Here we go. That right-hand turn into the finish. Good, solid double polling. That looks like Murphy doing the shoulder check. And Braden pushing hard into third. Oliver. That is Heat 1. In the books in the quarterfinal male men U20. Let's turn our attention now to our second heat in the men's U20 semifinals. Quarterfinals, here we go, sorry. On bib 4. Bib 4 is Tori Hoffman, Intermountain. Bib 7, Dane Kark, Alaska. Bib 14, Oscar Flora, Alaska. Bib 17, YC Alex Current, Rocky Mountain. Bib 24, Eli Andre, Midwest. Bib 27, Drew Hatari, Midwest. Gentlemen, you are under starter's orders. And we are up and underway. This is our second heat in the men's U20 quarterfinals. Tori, Dane, Oscar, YC Alex, Eli, and Drew. And they've made the turn, the descent into the climb to Mount Bauer. On course, it is our second heat in the men's U20 quarterfinals. Tori, Dane, Oscar, Alex, Eli, and Drew. We're about 2:25 into this second heat, and that means that our third heat is lining up. This is the men's U20 quarterfinals, second heat on course. Keeping an eye at 2:45 into the race. And coming into the finish. This looks like a great race between Tori and Dane. Tori pulling away. 4-7. And Oscar. All right, let's turn our attention to Heat 3 in the men's U20 quarterfinals. We'll introduce Quinton Koch from Pacific Northwest in bib 5. In bib 6, it's Anders Westanamo from Midwest. In bib 15, Beckett Cody from New England. Bib 16 is Zach Shockey, Intermountain. Bib 25 is Sylvester Williams, New England. Bib 26, Christian Hodasek, Intermountain. Gentlemen, you are under starters' orders. And we are up and underway. It is the quarterfinals, Heat 3, Men's U20, Quinton, Anders, Beckett, Zach, Sylvester, and Christian. Slamming their way up that first incline, that first left, and then the descent to Mount Bauer.
Just a reminder of what's going on right now. On course is the men's quarterfinal heat number 3 for the U20. We'll have 5 quarterfinals. Top 2 from each heat. Top 2 coming in to finish in their heat. We'll move forward automatically to the semifinals. And then we'll be looking for the top 2 times to also move forward in what's known as the lucky loser. Right now, to be a lucky loser, you need to have a time of 3:11 or better, 3 minutes and 11 seconds or better, to be able to qualify as a lucky loser. So fast times turning out even as the sun is out, making the waxing even a little more difficult today. Once again, on course is the men's U20 quarterfinal heat number 3.
If you're looking for results, they can be found on the link from the Berkey.com website, the landing page for the Junior Nationals. There's a nice button there that'll lead you to them, or you can Google or search for prime time timing and pick up the Junior Nationals there and move forward to today.
All right, Dave, we are about 2 minutes in here on our third heat in the men's U20 quarterfinals. Keeping our eye on Quinton, Anders, Beckett, Zach, Sylvester, and Christian. Coming up to the pedestrian tunnel. I see the gentleman for heat number 5 starting to take position. 4, there we go, yep, heat 4, heat 4. All right, looks like places 1 and 2 are really tight, very close. All right, coming into the final.
15 and 5, 5 and 15.
Quinton and Beckett pacing each other in. All right. Well done, gentlemen. That is our third heat in the men's U20 quarterfinals. Let's move our attention over here to introductions in heat number 4. In bib 2, Quinn Holland, Far West. In bib 9, Peter John Beganier from Alaska. Bib 12, Neil Doms, Great Lakes. Bib 19, Hatcher Menkins, Alaska. Bib 22, Ellis Slover, New England. Bib 29, Leaf McGinley, Rocky Mountain. Gentlemen, you are under starters' orders. And it's go time. Men's U20 Heat 4 in our quarterfinals. Quinn, Peter John, Neil, Hatcher, Ellis, and Leaf on course and up and underway.
Once again, on course is the U20 men's quarterfinals heat number 4.
Men's quarterfinal heat number 4 is on course. Up on deck, up next, our U20 men's quarterfinal heat number 5. Once again, what's happening here, we have 6 skiers racing head-to-head. The top 2 from each of these heats moves forward to the semifinals. And then we look for 2 of the fastest times from any of the heats to move forward in as what is known as the lucky losers. For a total of 12 people moving forward, 12 individuals moving forward into the semifinals. From there at the semifinals, all of them move forward. The top 6 move forward into an A final, and the next 6, places 7 through 12, move into the B final. And we'll talk about how that happens later. So once again, we're looking for the top 2 to move forward from each of these heats into the semifinals, along with 2 lucky losers based on time.
All right, Dave, we're about 2 minutes 15 into Heat 4, and that looks like it's going to bring up our 5th and final heat in the men's U20 quarterfinals, and it looks like the gentlemen are starting to get themselves in line and in communication with our starters, and so we are keeping an eye on the pedestrian tunnel at the Carlson Competition Stadium, starting to hear some noise in the woods, starting to see this. Here they come. This is going to be 1 and 2, maybe half a second apart, coming across that pedestrian tunnel. Now we can turn our eyes, moving here into the final stretch. That right-hand turn into the final.
Bib 22. Bib 22 and Bib 2.
Bib 22, Ellis. And what was it? And 2.
22 and 2.
Allison Quinn, congratulations, gentlemen, 1st and 2nd. All right, that puts our 4th heat in the books, and we move now to our 5th and final heat in our men's U20. Let's give a brief introduction. In bib 3, it's Callahan Waters from Intermountain. In bib 8, it's Jack Dolby from Great Lakes. In bib 13, it's Bridger Nelson from Midwest. In bib 18, it's Quinn Yuva from New England. In bib 23, it's James Sowers, Intermountain. And in bib 28, it's Lincoln Miller from New England. Gentlemen, you are under starters' orders. All right, sun's out, guns out. This is our fifth and final heat in the men's U20 quarterfinals. Cal, Jack, Bridger, Quinn, James, and Lincoln headed up that first ascent to that left turn, the descent into Mount Bauer.
Tight pacing up Mount Bauer, double pulling, getting ready to enter that kick and jog. Usually tightens things up for that first plateau.
Coming up at 2 o'clock, it is 1:56 right now. Coming up at 2, it is the U20 Women's Semifinals, Heat 1. And at 2:05 is the Women's Semifinal, Heat 2. Coming up, it's our U20 Women's Semifinals, Heat 1. And at 2:05, the U20 Women's Semifinals, Heat 2. We're about a minute 23 into the fifth and final heat in the men's U20 in the quarterfinals. And just taking a second to pay the bills here, want to thank all the Nordic brands represented at competition this week: New Moon Ski and Bike, Solomon, National Nordic Foundation, Telemark Biathlon, Bora, Rosignol, Enjoy Winter, Atomic, Finn Sisu, and Toko. We are at 2 minutes 5 seconds into the fifth and final heat in the men's U20 quarterfinals and getting ready for our U20 women's semifinals, Heat 1. We are just about 3 minutes away from the women's U20 semifinals, Heat 1. All of that yelling, all of that cheering comes right over here into the announcer's booth as we look at our pedestrian tunnel. And here they come. Oh boy, 1 and 2, very tight. On course, it is the fifth heat in the men's U20 quarterfinals. Coming into the stadium in the finish. That looks like James. And that looks like Cal. Double polling, pacing, tying each other just barely across the line. That was more of a photo finish. We're not going to call that. But that does put the fifth heat in the men's U20 in the books. And now we turn our attention here in just about a minute and a half to our women's U20 semifinals, Heat 1. And it looks like the ladies are in line and in communication with our starters, so we will get that introduction underway in just a moment. Looks like we're just under a minute to start with our women's U20 semifinals heat 1. In bib 7, it's Rose Horning, Rocky Mountain. In bib 1, it's Nikki Johnson, Far West. In bib 6, Claire Shanleski, Rocky Mountain. In bib 11, Nasia Nichols, Intermountain. In bib 4, Beth McIntosh, New England. And in bib 21, Grayson Kennedy, Rocky Mountain. Ladies, you are under starters' orders. And we are up and underway. It is the women's U20. We are in heat 1 of our semifinal. Rose, Nikki, Claire, Nasia, Beth, Grayson up that first hill. Double pole, jog and run. Left down into the descent, and then that hard right up to Mount Bauer. Rounding into that right hand after the tuck and draft on the descent. They are now moving up to the ascent in Mount Bauer. Double pulling, moving to that jog jump position. This is where they start to tighten things up on that first plateau. We'll let them get up and underway. This is our first heat in our women's U20 semifinal. And just to orient where we are for all of our online followers, we are in the semifinals, Heat 1, Women's U20, Rose, Nikki, Claire, Nisia, Beth, and Grayson. All right, in Heat 2, U20 Women's in our semifinals, in Bib 12, it's Hannah Koch, New England. In Bib 3, it's Piper Sears, Alaska. In Bib 9, it's Ava Schneider, New England. In Bib 8, it's Tania Boonstra, Alaska. In Bib 5, it's Nyla Scott, New England. And in Bib 10, it's Sophia Capozzi, Pacific Northwest. That is your second heat in the starters gate under starters orders. Heat 1 is on course, women's U20 semifinals. They are approaching the pedestrian tunnel, and it looks like, yep, we're going to have a nice. Taking that right turn into the final. That looks like Nikki and Rose, 1 and 2. Nicia. All right, that's in the books. That is our U20 women's semifinals, Heat 1. We are now under starters orders for Heat 2 in the women's U20 semifinals. And we are off. This is the second heat in the semifinals for the women's U20. Hannah, Piper, Ava, Tania, Nyla, Sophia on their way up that first climb. Double pole jog. Now getting ready for that left turn and descent. It's the tuck and draft. Headed to Mount Power climb. Nice, steady, even cadence. Now the turn. Pushing on that outside left leg, and we take that turn up to Mount Power. Double pole.
Just a reminder, we're right in the middle of the U20 women's semifinal heat number 2, and the ladies here are trying to progress into the finals, and what they're striving for is either the B final or the A final. The top 2 from each of the semifinal heats will move forward to the A final, and then we'll be looking for the next 2
fastest times in the semifinals to move forward into that A final. Places 7 through 12 will move into the B final, which starts at 2:25 for the women today. 2:25 for the start of the U20 women's B final. Up next, we've got the U20 men's semifinals heats 1 and 2. 2:10 is the start of the U20 men's semifinal heat number 1.
All right, and on course it is the second heat in the women's U20. Hannah, Piper, Ava, Tania, Nyla, and Sophia. We will keep an eye on that as we just hit the 2-minute mark into that second heat in the U20 semis with the women. All right, while the women are on course, let's introduce the men's in the U20 semifinals. Heat 1 in Bib 5, Quentin Koch from Pacific Northwest. Bib 1 is Murphy Kimball, Alaska. Bib 4 is Tori Hoffman, Intermountain. Bib 21 is Braden Bellazzini, Mid-Atlantic. Bib 7, Dane Koch, Alaska. Bib 6, Andres Westemo, Midwest. That is Heat 1 men's U20 semifinals. We're starting to hear the noise now as the women are coming in. This is the second heat from the women's semifinal. They're coming to the pedestrian tunnel. Looks like we have some decent pacing, couple seconds apart. Let's see what happens when they take that right-hand turn into the final stretch. Can you catch a number on her? All right, that looks like Ava taking that right hand look over the shoulder, pushing hard. 2 and 3. Ava, Hannah, and Piper. That is the second heat, women's U20 concluded. Our attention now is turned to men's semifinal, Heat 1. They are under starters' orders. And we are up and underway. It's the men's U20 semifinal. This is Heat 1 with Quentin, Murphy, Tori, Braden, Dane, and Anders.
And then come back fairly quick, Will, as soon as the men are done here.
Yeah, okay.
They are flying down that first descent. Things are tightened up considerably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 position, double bowl. Headed up to the first descent, Mount Power. Now the jog up to that first plateau. On course, it's the men's U20 semifinals, Heat 1. On deck, gentlemen are getting ready and into position for Heat 2 in the men's U20 semis. We'll introduce them shortly as they get into position and communication with the starters. We're about 1:41 into this first heat with the men's U20. Turning out to be a bluebird warm afternoon after some incredible snowfall. We want to thank everybody for making the journey to Cable, Wisconsin for the Junior Nationals. This is Northwoods Nordic Racing. We hope you enjoy. All right, we're starting to hear the noise and the thunder from the pedestrian bridge at Carlson Competition Stadium. All right, there it is. Oh boy, that looks really tight. 1 and 2 coming across the pedestrian tunnel. There's our camera switch into the final. That looks like Quentin.
5 and 1. 5, 1, 4.
Quentin, Murphy, Tori. Fantastic race. That is the first heat in the books for the men's U20 semifinals. Let's turn our attention now to the start line with our second heat in the men's U20. In bib 3, it's Cal Waters. In bib 22, Ellis Slover, New England. Cal with Intermountain. Bib 15 is Beckett Cody, New England. Bib 23, James Sowers, Intermountain. Bib 2 is Quinn Holland, Far West. And Bib 10 is Oliver Swaby, New England. Gentlemen, you are under starters' orders. And they're off. Suns out, guns out. This is the second heat in the men's U20 semifinals. Cal, Ellis, Beckett, James, Quinn, and Oliver. Off and running up that first ascent. On course now, it's the men's U20 second heat of our semifinals in the men's U20. Paying attention to the clock, and our timing is 2:15 after the hour. 1 o'clock. Coming up, we will have So on course is the men's U20 second heat of the semifinals. Coming up, it's the U20 women's B final, followed by the U20 men's B final. Then at 2:40, it's the women's A final, and at 2:50, it is the men's A final. But back to business at hand. On course now, men's U20. It is the second heat. Cal, Ellis, Beckett, James, Quinn, and Oliver. And we are just about a minute 35 into this second heat of the semifinals. We're keeping an eye on this. Things have warmed up considerably. Looks like we're going to have that bluebird afternoon. Thank goodness for all of the snow and the efforts from our groomers and volunteers up in the very small hours of the morning, putting this course together after a beach day on Monday. A bit of a northern Wisconsin miracle on 4 to 5 inches of snow that came just in time. Two minutes, 25 seconds into this incredible heat race and the semifinals for the men's U20 at the Junior Nationals in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. Places 1 and 2 are very tight. Places 1 and 2 very tight in this heat as they come across the pedestrian bridge at the Carlson Competition Stadium. We're going to turn our attention as they take that right turn coming into the final. Here we go. Who's that? 13? I can't tell. Oh, you can't. 13. Is that right? 15. There you go, 15 and 10. There's Beckett and Ellis. And Oliver. Congratulations, gentlemen. That is the second heat in the men's U20 semifinals. You can follow along live timing at primetimetiming.com. coming up in just a matter of a minute and a half or so. It is the U20 Women's B Final. All right, live time check. It is now 2:19, and our women's B final, U20, coming up at 25 after the hour. So just about 5 minutes from now, we will bring our starting lineup for the B final of the women's U20, to be followed by the men's B final at 2:30. Three minutes to start in the women's B final, U20. 3 minutes.
Once again, we are at the Junior National Championships in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. We're right in the middle of the day. We've got the women's U20 B final coming up here in just a few moments, and this will determine places 7 through 12. Top 10 are all Americans, so there's a little bit of bragging rights on the line here in this B final. Who's going to come across in places 7 through 10 to claim an All-American spot? As well as Alaska Cup points are on the line in this B final. The higher up you place, the more Alaska Cup points you get, the better your team does. So lots on the line here with the women's U20 B final. This will also be the 4th time around for these ladies. They started this morning early, bright and early at 9 a.m. thereabouts, and then had to do 2 more races to get to this point for a total of 4 times around this beautiful course. So they pretty well got it memorized, and boy, have their hearts been racing throughout the day. Once again, 2:25 is the start of our women's B final. And Peter, who is on the line?
All right, let's get our introductions here in the B final. In bib 8, it's Tania Boonstra from Alaska. In bib number 4, it's Beth McIntosh, New England. In bib 10, it's Sophia Capozzi, Pacific Northwest. In bib 6, it's Claire Shemlisky, Rocky Mountain. In bib 5, it's Nayla Scott, New England. And in bib 21, it's Grayson Kennedy, Rocky Mountain. Ladies, you are under starters order for the women's U20 B final. All right, here we go. It is the women's U20B final. Double polling. Tanea, Beth, Sophia, Claire, Nyla, and Grayson heading up that first ascent. Now that first descent, tuck and draft, coming into that right-hand turn, pushing off on that left ski, getting ready for the stomp and run up Mount Power. All right, on course, it is the B final in the women's U20. We are about a minute 35 into this B final. Coming up, it will be the men's B final. We're watching the gentlemen get to the start. Coming up on 2:20 into the race on this women's B final, U20 women's. Tanea, Beth, Sophia, Claire, Nyla, Grayson. We're not too far away from our pedestrian tunnel, the Carlson Competition Stadium. We'll be listening for the noise and the thunder on this Bluebird Day in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. Keeping you updated in stadium and online. Timing can be found at primetimetiming.com. Now we're starting to hear the action. All eyes on the pedestrian tunnel.
And then back Thursday evening. Tight.
All right, they're coming in tight.
Right, coming in now, it's the women's B final, chasing places 7 through 12. All-American status on the line.
4.
Pete, who do you see? Bib number 4?
Yeah.
Beth McIntosh.
And, yep.
And 5, Nyla Scott.
Nope, that's, we got the bib over the top. I can't tell.
Oh, we're having a tough time reading the numbers.
8.
Bib 8, so Tanea Boonstra coming in with second place there in this heat.
5 was third.
And number 5, Nyla Scott.
All right. That was our women's U20B final. Now we move our attention and our timing to our men's B final. Gentlemen are on the line. Let's introduce in bib 3, Cal Waters from Intermountain. Quinn Holland in bib 2 from Far West. Anders Westermo from Midwest in bib 6. In bib 22, Ellis Slover, New England. In bib 7, Dane Kark, Alaska. And in bib 23, it's James Sowers from Intermountain. Gentlemen, you are under starters' orders.
All right, while we're waiting on the starter, starter is ready for the men's B final, U20. And they're off. The men's B final is underway. That's Callahan, Quinn, Anders, Ellis, Dane, and James on course. Up and out of the stadium. Once again, we are at the men's U20B final, contesting places 7 through 12. Top 10, places 7, 8, 9, and 10 are considered or awarded All-American status. So there's a lot on the line in this final, as well as the Alaska Cup points. Higher up the place, the more points you earn for your team for the Alaska Cup. Hey, we made a bit of a muddle of the final girls coming in. Our old guys are not quite as good as they should be. So let's give credit due where credit's due. Coming in first in that final was McIntosh from New England. Second place in was Anya Boonstra from Alaska. Nyla Scott from New England is third in that in the semifinal, or I'm sorry, in the B final. Sophie Capozzoni, Claire Chmielewski, and Grayson Kennedy ended out the B final. Once again, you can find all results online and not have to depend on our old eyes to tell you what is happening at primetimetiming.com. Once again on course, it's the men's B final. Men's B final on course. Coming up at 2:40 is the U20 women's A final. Women's U20 A final at 2:40. And at 2:50, the U20 men's A final.
All right, Dave, we're about 2 minutes in here into the men's U20B final, keeping an eye on what's happening here with our pedestrian tunnel at the Carlson Competition Stadium. We're looking at also the U20 women's A final. They are starting to line up against the start line, introducing themselves, having the conversations with our timers, so we will keep an eye on that as that gets itself up and ready to go. 2:30 now into our B final, men's. U20. All right, here we go. Coming up over the pedestrian tunnel. 2 and 3 very tight. First, a little bit, maybe half a second ahead. All right, Dave, we're going to turn our attention here as they're coming into the stadium. Here we go.
This is U20 men.
Yeah, B final. 7, 7, 7. Where's, I don't have a, there we go. Oh, this is going to be tight across the line. That looks like Dane. Yep, I don't want to. All right, our live time here is 2:35. Coming up at 2:40, it is our women's A final. And it looks like our skiers are on course. We have about 4 or 5 minutes to chill and get ready. Warming up this afternoon in Cable. Beautiful afternoon. Absolutely spectacular day for Nordics Northwoods Racing.
And just to catch us up, the men's B final just concluded. The male U20 B final just concluded. Earning 7th place, coming in first in that final was Dane Karch from Alaska. Earning 8th place, Quinn Holland from Far West. Earning 9th place, Anders Westemo from Midwest. Earning 10th, Ellis Slover from New England. 11th, Callan Waters from Intermountain. And 12th, James Sowers from Intermountain. What's up next? The women's A final for the U20 women's A final at 2:40, just about 3.5 minutes from now. All right, up next to start is the women's U20 A final. Women's U20 A final. And Pete, who is on the line?
All right, on the line for the A final, our introductions in bib 9, Ava Schneider, New England. In bib 1, Nikki Johnson, Far West. In bib 12, Hannah Koch, New England. And in bib 7, Rose Horning, Rocky Mountain. In bib 3, Piper Sears, Alaska. In bib 11, Nasia Nichols, Intermountain. All right, ladies, you are under starter's care.
And if you've just joined us online, we are awaiting the start of the women's U20A final. We've had a full day of racing here, a little over halfway done with the day, but hope it never ends. It's been such a beautiful day of racing. Everybody's been giving it their all, from the groomers this morning to the volunteers setting things up to these fine competitors showing us how to race a ski race.
And on behalf of the area businesses in Cable, Wisconsin, the Berkey Foundation, and everybody associated, we can't thank you all enough for visiting us here in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin, and we are under starters orders. And we're off. It is the A final women's U20. Ava, Nikki, Hannah, Rose, Piper, Nasia, up and on our way, double pulling right up that first ascent. Now comes that fantastic left turn. It is the tuck and draft. Coming in fast into that hard right up to Mount Bauer. Outside push on the left, double pull as we start to approach that ascent. This is the women's U20A final. Those leads tighten right up as we get up to that first plateau on Mount Bauer. Coaches pushing, encouraging. Beautiful action in the woods. We are now a minute 23 into this women's A final U20. They are going to disappear into the hills and dales of the woods. We will see them shortly as they take the descent down into the pedestrian tunnel at the Carlson Competition Stadium. And we're watching our U20 men's A final start to assimilate along the start line. We'll give them a proper introduction in just a bit. But the business at hand is the women's U20A final. Women's A final.
Approaching 2/3 done.
All right, we're about 2/3 in this course, this 1.3K, 2 minutes, 39 seconds in. It is the women's U20A final. We're starting to hear some noise and thunder as they're coming in. It looks like Nikki Johnson is coming in and headed across the pedestrian tunnel. And there's Ava Schneider from New England.
7 and 3 are tight for third.
Rose and Piper coming in tight for third. They're coming over the bridge. Now we're going to keep our eye as they come across, taking that right into the final. It is the A final, U20 women's, Cable, Wisconsin, Junior Nationals, double polling.
Oh, good one. Good one. Good one.
That looks like Nikki.
Good 12. Going to get a good 12 and 9. Close for 12 and 9.
Nikki, Hannah, and Ava. Let's see what's happening.
Good 12 is second, but you don't need to say it. But
No. What fantastic racing here at the Junior Nationals. That is our A final for the women's U20. What a spectacular race here in Cable. We are now turning our attention and getting ready for our men's U20. That A final is up next. It looks like the gentlemen have found their lanes. In bib 5, it's Quinton Koch, Pacific Northwest. In bib 15, it's Beckett Cody, New England. In bib 1, it's Murphy Kimball, Alaska. In bib 10, it's Oliver Swaby, New England. In bib 4, it's Tori Hoffman, Intermountain. And in bib 21, it's Braden Belizy from Mid-Atlantic. Gentlemen, you are under starter's orders. And here we go. It is the men's A final U20. Gentlemen, sun's out, guns out. Look at that. Running up that first ascent, getting ready for that hard left, and then it's the tuck and draft. Watching this pace itself out. Here we go. Not a lot of real estate between 1 and 2. 3 and 4 tightening up. That first left turn coming into Mount Ballard. Push on the outside on the left. Double rolling for that first ascent and getting to that plateau. That's where we'll start to get an semblance of order as they reach that second height on Mount Ballard.
As our men's A final for the U20 is in progress, let's talk about the A final for women's. Looking at results here online, unofficial. In first place, Nikki Johnson from
the far west. In second, Hannah Koch from New England. In third, Rose Horning from Rocky Mountain. In fourth, Ava Schneider from New England. In fifth, Piper Sears from Alaska. And finishing sixth today, unofficially, Nisa Nichols from Intermountain. That leads me to remind you that the U20 prize ceremony will be at 3:15 today. 3:15 for the U20 prize ceremony at the Dirksen Great Hall. Once again, on course, it's the U20 men's final, and they have been coming in under 3 minutes, and we're right now approaching 2 minutes on the race clock for the men's U20 A final.
All right, we need to hear you here in the announcer's booth. That's our cue as they're coming into the pedestrian tunnel on this beautiful Bluebird afternoon. Nordic Woods Racing for the Junior Nationals. Now we're starting to hear the cheers. Here comes Quinton Koch from Pacific Northwest, bib 5.
Bib 4.
There's Tori Hoffman. And Murphy Kimball. That's your 3 positions in the top, pushing through, coming up to our pedestrian tunnel, up and over. Now we're going to keep an eye on them. They've taken that right-hand turn. Now it's the final push, coming into the final run here. Dave, what do we got? He's got it.
Bib 5. Bib 5.
Oh, that is fantastic. Quinton Koch, Pacific Northwest, well done.
Bib 4. Number 4.
And there's Tori Hoffman.
And 1. Bib 1.
And Murphy Kimball. Gentlemen, congratulations. What a spectacular race. That's a lot of real estate and a lot of time out on the course here on this beautiful Wednesday in Cable, Wisconsin. And that concludes our U20 Men's A Final. As our final skiers come into the finish, we are keeping an eye out. It looks like we're going to have a bit of a few-minute break here. Coming up at 3:15, it's the U20 prize ceremony. Our next heat gets up and underway with our U16 competitors. They will be coming through this afternoon. We get to do all of this again with our U16. 3:15, U16 women's quarterfinal heat 1. That starts right here, and at 3:15, our U20 prize ceremony gets up and underway. We'll take a short break here and refresh some coffee and other nutrients and get back online here with our quarterfinal heats in U16 women's at 3:15.
All right, just to orientate ourselves, the time on the clock is 14:51, 2:51. The course will open at 2:55 for inspection. The course will open at 2:55 for inspection and then close again at 3:10. At 3:15, in about, 20 minutes from now, we'll have the U20 prize ceremony at the Dirksen Great Hall. For U20 prize ceremony at the Dirksen Great Hall at 3:15. Looking for results, you can find them at the Berkey.com on the Junior Nationals web page. Look for the link there, or you can go to primetimetiming.com and find them there. There's also a live feed. You can let mom or dad or grandma or grandpa at home know about the live feed and direct them to the Berkey.com website, and you can find a link to that live feed. Coming up next, the next event will be the U16 women quarterfinals, heats 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We are 2/3 done today. We've done this 2 times. We've already gone through the U20s and the U18s, and now we're going to work on the U16s, give them their moment in this beautiful sunshine on these great trails here at the Berkey Trail in Cable, Wisconsin.
Once again, welcome to the Junior Nationals. The course is now open for inspection, just to be aware. So we also have our U20 prize ceremony coming up at 3:15, which is in about 24 minutes from now. And our U16 women's quarterfinals. Heat 1 starts at 3:15. The course is now open for inspection here at the Junior Nationals in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin on a bluebird afternoon with plenty of fresh snow from last night. So good to have you here.
We are approaching 3:10, and at 3:10 the course is closed, so just about 50 more seconds, and then the course is closed to all competitors as we get ready to start the U16 Women's Quarterfinal Heat 1 at 3:15. So course is closing in 30 seconds, and the course will close. Hey, as a reminder too, at 3:15 is the U20 prize ceremony. So you want to head over to the Dirksen Great Hall where they've got an Olympic flame or a junior national flame along with a great stage there, and head over to the stage for the U20 prize ceremony at 3:15, just 5 minutes from now.
All right, and also starting in 5 minutes, it's the U16 Women's Quarterfinal Heat 1. It is U16. We get to do this for our third and final time. We've done our U20s, we've done our U18, and now it's time for the parent show. It's the U16. We start with the Women's Quarterfinal Heat 1 at 3:15, and then we go in 5-minute increments for 5 heats in that U16, bringing us up to the men's quarterfinal, which will start at 3:40. So good to have everyone here today. Absolutely Bluebird, fantastic day. Cable, Wisconsin, we can't thank you enough for all the travel arrangements and all of the work and all of the effort that goes into getting here as our guest here in northern Wisconsin. And we also want to make sure we're thanking all of our volunteers. Thank a volunteer today. It doesn't happen without them. Thank somebody from the Berkey staff today. It doesn't happen without them. And we also want to thank all of our good friends at the Berkey staff for the effort, time, marketing, and promotion that goes into this. And the Junior National Committee, you guys, fantastic. It is an absolutely spectacular day. We're so glad we could pre-order that snow for you last night, that it arrived on time for our races here today. So we are just a few minutes away. It's the U16 Women's Quarterfinals Heat 1 coming up at 3:15 in about 3.5 minutes. We'll get our lineup. We will introduce our skiers, and we will get these heats up and underway. Welcome to the Junior Nationals, Cable, Wisconsin.
Once again, we're about a minute and a half away from the start of the women's U16 quarterfinal Heat 1. 1 minute before the start of the women's quarterfinal Heat 1. And who do we have on the line? Wearing bib 1, it's Claire Rucker from Intermountain. Wearing bib 10, Kendall Dye from Intermountain. Bib 11, Avon Harris, Pacific Northwest. Bib 20, Merritt Goodell, New England. Bib 21, Kendall Bowen, New England. And wearing bib 30, Lila Keller, Rocky Mountain. That's the 6 competitors. Once again, how does this format work? We're looking for the top two finishers in each heat automatically move forward to the semifinals. And then as well, we're looking for the top 2 times throughout all of these heats that'll also move forward to join them, for a total of 12 people out of the 30 here moving forward into the semifinals. Once again, they're doing a 1.3 kilometer classic style race.
All right, we'll turn things over to the starter. Ladies, you are under starter's care in the women's U16 Heat 1 quarterfinals. And here we go. This is Heat 1 U16 women's quarterfinals. Claire, Kendall, Evan, Avon, and Merritt, Kendall, and Leah. This is such a great race. We're so glad to see these things get up and underway. So good to watch that ascent into that first hill, that left turn, the tuck and draft. Here comes that elbow pull up to Mount Bauer. Then we start the jog and the kick. Even spacing. 1, 2, 3. Small gap. 4, 5, 6. Now comes the power moves up the hill. This is where we are. It is the U16 women's quarterfinals Heat 1 up and on course. And it looks like our competitors are starting to move into position for Heat 2 in the women's U16. Take a moment to give a shout out to our Sun Valley Binocular Committee, coming to the rescue today to keep us on track with binoculars so we can see who's coming in on these finishes. And we are taking a look at the clocks here. We are about 2 minutes and 10 seconds into the women's U16 quarterfinals Heat 1. All right, 3 minutes in, coming into that pedestrian tunnel. Heat 1, U16 women's quarterfinals. 1 and 2, neck and neck. Let's keep an eye on the stadium as they take that left turn into the final 50 meters. Claire, Evan. Wow, that is going to be second place. We're not going to call that. That looks photo finish. Looked like Claire on the quarterfinal there for Heat 1. In line, ready for Heat 2, it's Maya Gorman from New England in bib 4. In bib 7, Ruby Polizek from Intermountain, bib 7. Bib 14, Annika Burns from Pacific Northwest. In bib 17, it's Ashley Dranany from Great Lakes. Bib 24, Sisu Clark from Pacific Northwest. And in bib 27, Ellen Looney from Alaska. You are under starter's care. And here we go. This is Heat 2, Women's U16 quarterfinals. Mia, Ruby, Annika, Ashley, Sisu, Ellen. All right, there's the tuck and grab coming down on that descent. Gaining speed, position, that right turn. Well done, ladies, double pole, getting ready for that stomp and jog up that first ascent into Mount Power. This is the women's U16 quarterfinals. This is our second heat. We are about a minute 40 into this second heat, keeping our eyes on the pedestrian tunnel. We love the noise and the thunder that comes from all of our incredible spectators here. Gives us an absolutely spectacular audio cue on what's happening so we can track them as they take that right turn into the final 50 meters. Heat 2 on course, women's U16 quarterfinals and Heat 3 coming up. We will introduce our competitors shortly, about a 3-minute to start, but on course, business at hand is Heat 2 with the women U16 quarterfinals.
Results for Heat 1, for quarterfinal Heat 1, women U16. Avon Harris got the first place. Claire Rutger with the photo finish over Merritt Goodell, who finished third. Right now it looks like a lucky loser time to move forward has to be better than a 3:48, around a 3:48. So nice fast times here with the U16 women.
All right, 2 minutes, 47 seconds into this second heat. Here we go. We can hear the noise. We can hear the cheers. Here they come over the pedestrian bridge. First and second, tight as always, double polling. Getting ready for that right-hand turn into the last 50 meters. They do.
4 and 4, hard to tell. 4 and then 14 on the outside.
That looks like Mia, bib 4 from New England. Annika Burns, Pacific Northwest. 1 and 2. All right, that's our second heat in the women's U16 quarterfinals in the books. Let's turn our attention to the start line here on Heat 3. Annalisa Lindorfs from Midwest, bib 5. In bib 6, it's Sylvia Luno, Alaska. In bib 6, in bib 15, there we go, Talia Smith, Alaska. In bib 16, Annika Kolasico, Great Lakes. In bib 25, Catherine Vandekamp, Intermountain. And in bib 26, Janelle Digler from Rocky Mountain. Ladies under starter's care. And we're up and underway. That is Heat 3 Women's U16.
Are just like 30 seconds off the pace of the U20 men, which is pretty phenomenal.
30 seconds.
Yeah, which you don't have to say anything about it, but that's pretty amazing.
These are some incredible athletes. Our women's U16 putting a blistering pace on a very warm afternoon. Snow-filled Bluebird Day here in Cable, Wisconsin for the Junior Nationals. We are in Heat 3 on course with the women U16 quarterfinals. Annalise, Solia, Talia, Annika, Catherine, and Janelle on course. Looks like they've hit that first plateau. Mount Bauer headed to the second. We're going to keep our eyes open here as they make that turn and make the descent back down into the beautiful trails here. So it looks like in these heats we've been running about 3 minutes to 3:15, 18, somewhere in there. On this particular heat, we are 2 minutes, 17 seconds in. This is our third heat in the women's U16 quarterfinals. Keeping an eye on the stadium entrance as they come and get ready to cross over the pedestrian tunnel at the Carlson Competition Stadium. Once again, we rely on the noise and the thunder that comes from the crowd. And we're starting to hear it.
Okay, it's a tight pack of two. First two, places 1 and 2 are neck and neck.
First and second, neck and neck, coming into the competition stadium and into the crossing of the pedestrian tunnel.
6 and 5 are out in front.
All right, it's Annalise and Sylvia. Sylvia. I heard him say it. Okay. We should be getting ready for that right turn coming into the final 50. Here we go. This is your third heat in the women U16 quarterfinals.
5 and 6.
And it looks like they're going to pace each other coming in, Annalise and Sylvia. Well done on that double pacing coming in. And that puts Heat 3 in the books for the women U16 quarterfinals. And that will turn our attention to the start of Heat 4 in the women's U16 quarter. And in bib 2, it's Georgia Bishop from Rocky Mountain. Bib 9, Callista Zuber, Alaska. In bib 12, Lila Marchetti, New England. In bib 19, Stella St. George, Intermountain. In bib 22, Tazlina Posner, Rocky Mountain. And in bib 29, it's Nora Dietz, Midwest. Ladies, you are under starters' orders. Here we go. This is Heat 4 U16 women quarterfinals. Cable, Wisconsin, Junior Nationals. Double polling to the run on that first ascent. Anybody's race at this point. Tight pack coming up. Now comes that left turn, and then it is the tuck and draft. Great speed, great pacing. Now comes the power push up Mount Power. These athletes have been running at racers' pace all day and continue to impress with all of the efforts. Heat 4 is on course. Women's U16 quarterfinals. Georgia, Callista, Lila, Stella, Teslia, Nora. We are about 2 minutes, 10 seconds into this race, averaging about 3 minutes, 3 to 3:20. 3:40 on some, but looking at 3:20. All right, 2 minutes, 32 seconds into this fourth heat, women's U16 quarterfinals.
Bib number, hang on, let me see it. Come on, let me show me. 9. Bib 9 is out in front.
Callista coming in, bib 9, getting ready to go across that pedestrian tunnel.
Bib 2, second over the tunnel.
And there's Georgia Bishop, Rocky Mountain right behind.
Okay. This is a little delayed.
Now taking that turn, coming into the final 50. Double polling.
Bib 9 out in front.
Callista Zuber, Alaska.
Bib 2, second.
Georgia Bishop, Rocky Mountain, coming in second.
And bib 12.
Lila Marchetti, New England. There's your top three out of Heat 4, women's U16 quarterfinal. All right, that brings us up to our fifth heat in the women's U16 quarterfinals, our fifth and final. In the quarter, there we go, here we go. Bib 3, Acadia Enman, New England. In Bib 8, Hazel Galt, Intermountain. In Bib 13, Kaisu Wick, Rocky Mountain. In Bib 18, Alexandria Gusava, Great Lakes. And in Bib 23, Lucy Greenwood, and Bib 28 is Phoebe Maxner, Intermountain, and they are up and underway. Here comes the descent. All right. On course, it's the women's U16 quarterfinals. It is the fifth heat out on course. Acadia, Hazel, Kesa, Alexandria, Lucy, and Phoebe on course. Coming up, it's the men's U16 quarterfinals. And we can see the gentlemen starting to get to the lineup. We will give them an introduction shortly. But keeping focused, business at hand in the quarterfinal in our fifth heat. We are 1 minute 37 seconds in.
Once again, just to catch everyone up, the top two from each heat move forward to the semifinals, along with two lucky losers, two fastest times not finishing first or second. And right now for the U16 girls, U16 women, it looks like you need to have a 3:49 or better to be able to move forward as a lucky loser. So fast times today with these ladies.
Absolutely. It looks like we're going to have the sun out for the rest of the afternoon here. Waxing strategies will change. We're 2 minutes, 41 seconds into our heat. This is the quarterfinals, U16 women. There we go. Now we're starting to hear some noise coming into that stadium run. Acadia Enman, New England.
Followed by 13, 3:13,
Kesa Wick.
and 18, 3:13, 18.
And Alexandria Guseva.
3:13, 18.
Coming across the tunnel, our pedestrian tunnel, into the Carson competition zone. There they are, taking that right turn into our final 50.
3. Bib 3.
All right, coming in. Nice distance and pace. Acadia Enman, New England.
13
Kesa Wick, Rocky Mountain.
and 10. Or 8. Doesn't matter. Okay, you better
All right, there we go. That is our women U16 quarterfinals. That's all of our heats there. Now,
stop. Think. U16 men's quarterfinal heat 1 intro.
and we are changing and focusing our attention on the men's U16 quarterfinal heat 1. In bib, our number 1 bib, Finn Dudley, Alaska. Bib 10, Kevin Downs, Alaska. Bib 11, Connor Devon, Rocky Mountain. Bib 20, Jedediah Stay, Pacific Northwest. Bib 21, Bo Sanders, New England. And bib 30, Isaac Nadzam, New England. Gentlemen, under starters' orders. And here we go. This is our first heat, our men's U16 quarterfinal. Finn, Kevin, Connor, Jedediah, Bo, and Isaac slamming up that first ascent. We are in the first heat quarterfinals for the men's U16. Finn, Kevin, Connor, Jedediah, Bo, and Isaac on course. Our second heat coming up in just a matter of minutes. We'll get to that in introductions very shortly. Keeping an eye on the race here, minute 22 in. No, I got time. It's 1:42. We got 3 minutes.
Well, who's on course?
He won. All right. On course, men's U16 quarterfinals, heat 1. Finn, Kevin, Connor, Jedediah, Bo, and Isaac. We're getting ready to hear the thunder and noise as they roll into Stadium Row that gets them right up to the Carson Competition Stadium. The pedestrian tunnel is waiting for them. Here we go, coming up over the top. All right, here we go. Double polling coming in. Nice pacing. That's Finn Dudley, Alaska.
20 is next.
Jedediah Stay from Pacific Northwest.
21.
Bo Sanders, New England.
10. Well, 10 is actually going to get third.
And there's Kevin Downs, Alaska.
Nice work, Kevin Downs. You should move to Duluth, Minnesota and join the Marshals.
That is our first heat in the books in the men's quarterfinal U16. Now moving to the start line, it is heat 2 in bib 4, Carson Wood, Great Lakes. Bib 7, Finn Worth, Intermountain. Bib 14, Connor Suin, Far West. Bib 17, Ben Larson, Intermountain. Bib 24, Noah Etel, Intermountain. Bib 27, Jorgen Purung, New England. Gentlemen, under starters' orders. There we go. It's the second heat. It's the men's U16 quarterfinals. Carson, Finn, Connor, Ben, Noah, Jorgen. Hammering up that first ascent.
Just a reminder of what's
At stake here, the six gentlemen are racing head-to-head.
The top two to come in on each heat move forward to the semifinals automatically. And then we're looking for the next two fastest times to move forward as what's known as the lucky losers. All competitors today are doing a 1.3 kilometer course in the classic technique. And we are in the midst of the men's U16 quarterfinals. We're at quarterfinal 2. Is on course. Quarterfinal 2 is on course heading up Mount Bauer. But I think our role. I don't think you can say too often what it is and what's happening, because it just gets a little confusing.
Right. All right. Here we go. All right, we are in the men's quarterfinal, Heat 2, men's U16, coming into the stadium.
Front 4 and 14. 4 and 14.
There's Carson Wood, Great Lakes.
4 and 14.
Connor Suen, Far West. And Ben Larson, Intermountain, for third. All right, that's our second heat in the books. Coming up, our third heat in the men's U16 quarterfinals. All right. On the line, in bib 5, it's Braden Kelly, Great Lakes. In bib 6, it's Askell Flagstead, Alaska. In bib 15, Ross Bowman, Intermountain. In bib 16, Bodie Rhodes, Rocky Mountain. In bib 25, it's Bennett Williams, Midwest. And in bib 26, it's Olin Walker, Northeast. Gentlemen, you are under starters' orders. And we are up and underway. It's the men's U16 quarterfinal, Heat 3, Braden, Great Lakes, Askell, Alaska, Ross, Intermountain, Bodie, Rocky Mountain, Bennett, Midwest, and Olin, New England. Gentlemen, this is racing.
Turn. It's the double pole stomp and jog up Mount Ballard. On course, it's the men's U16 quarterfinal, Heat 3.
We are about 2 minutes in. Coming up is our fourth heat. We're keeping a track here, seeing who's coming into the stadium, crossing over the pedestrian tunnel into Carlson Competition Stadium. All right, looks like Askell Flagstead and Braden Kelly. First and second over the bridge, and now they turn for that final 50 into the finish. That looks like Askell. And Braden and Ross. That is our third heat in the men's U16 quarterfinal.
Okay, just finishing up, that was men's U16 heat number 3. On deck is men's 16 heat number 4, quarterfinal heat number 4. In bib 2, we have Ethan Elliott from Alaska. Bib 9, Cannon Gardner, Intermountain. Bib 12, Elio Adriani, Far West. Bib 19, Marit Gelfanvo, Rocky Mountain. Bib 22, Lance Smith, Alaska. And bib 29, Caleb Lyon, Midwest. Gentlemen, you are now under starters' orders. And they're off. This is men's U16 quarterfinals, Heat 4 on course. Ethan, Cannon, Eli, Marit, Lance, and Caleb on course. 1.3 kilometers of racing on the beautiful Berkey Trails here in Cable, Wisconsin. Once again, looking at the times for lucky losers. Remember that the top two in each heat move forward to the semifinals automatically. And then a lucky loser time looks like that needs to be in the 3:22 or better range. So 3 minutes, 22 seconds seems to be the time to get forward as a lucky loser to the semifinals. Again, on course, it is the men's U16 heat quarterfinal heat number 4. Up next is the men's U16 quarterfinal heat number 5. Just a reminder, you can follow all the action online. If mom or dad or grandma or grandpa are at home, you can direct them to the Junior National page on the Berkey website and find live streaming. The Primetime Timing crew are doing a fantastic job of using the cameras that we have to show the racing today, as well as a great place to go to get live results and follow along in that way. All right, coming down first into the bridge that crosses the pedestrian tunnel. Looks like it's bib 2, Ethan Elliott out in front. 22. And followed closely by Lance Smith from Alaska. So Alaska coming in. And 12. Elio Andrani coming in third over the top of the pedestrian tunnel. Let's see how they do coming into the stadium. Will it stay the same? Ethan Elliott out in front here with about 75 meters to go.
9.
Cannon Gardner, bib 9.
In a battle with 12.
In a close battle with Elio Andrani.
2.
So tightly contested here for that second go-ahead spot.
9 is moving ahead.
Looks like Cannon Gardner's going to capture that last go-ahead. And a tight race. Oh, quick times there, gentlemen. Be curious to see who might go ahead from that group as a lucky loser. All right, that is the men's U16 quarterfinal heat 4. And now to introduce the quarterfinal heat number 5, I turn it over to Peter Johns.
All right, here we go. This is Heat 5, men's U16 quarterfinals. Sawyer, Landers, Rocky Mountain, bib 3. In bib 8, it's Banyan Smith, Alaska. Bib 13, Max Fay, Mid-Atlantic. Bib 18, Ender Berryman, Intermountain. Bib 23, Beck Hart, Alaska. Bib 28, Isaiah Bowen, New England. Gentlemen, you are under starters' orders. And they are off. Sun's out, guns out. Here we go. It's the men's U16 quarterfinal, Heat 5. Sawyer, Benyon, Max, Ender, Beck, and Isaiah on course. The ascent to Mount Bauer, double hole. Moving to stomp and kick. Tightening up as we go up the hill. On course, it's the men's U16 quarterfinal, Heat 5. Coming up, it's the U16 women's semifinal, Heat 1. The men's U16 quarterfinal, Heat 5, on course now. In about 5 minutes, it's the U16 women's semifinals, Heat 1. On course, about 2 minutes, 15 seconds in. It's the fifth heat of the U16 men's quarterfinals.
All right, red suit is out in front.
Got a number?
Where's Brad? Cameron. It's so hard to read. 15, 13. 13 out in front,
That's Max Fay out front.
and then 8 and 3, I believe.
Benyon Smith and Sawyer Landers. Getting ready to come into the stadium in our final 75.
Okay, red suit is out in front.
Max. Here we go. Here we go.
13 and 8.
That's Max Fay, Mid-Atlantic, and Benyon Smith, Alaska. Absolutely fantastic racing here in Cable, Wisconsin at the Junior Nationals on a beautiful postcard bluebird afternoon, early spring. So glad you're here. Let's turn our attention now to the U16 women's semifinals, Heat 1. Semifinals, Heat 1. In bib 4, Maya Gorman. In bib 11, Avon Harris, Pacific Northwest. In bib 6, Slovia Luno, Alaska. Bib 1, Claire Rucker, Intermountain. Bib 14, Annika Burns, Pacific Northwest. And in bib 24, Sisu Clark, Pacific Northwest. Ladies, under starters' orders. And here we go. It is the women's semifinals, Heat 1, U16 on course. Mia, Avon, Solva, Claire, Annika, and Sisu. On course, it's the women's U16 semifinals, Heat 1. Here we go. The power climb. Push, jog, and stomp up Mount Bower to Plateau 1. All right, on course, it is the U16 women's semifinals, Heat 1. 2 minutes 15 into the race. We'll listen for those cheers as they come into the Carlson Competition Stadium, crossing that pedestrian bridge.
Just a reminder that all 12 of these individuals will be moving forward. The top 2 finishers in each semifinal will move forward to the A final by order of finish, and then we'll look for the next 2 fastest time within either semifinal to move forward as a lucky loser into the Heat A. All right, coming up over the pedestrian tunnel, we've got Mia Gorman out in front, followed closely by Solvi Looney from Alaska.
All right, eyes on the prize, that last 75 coming into the finish. 4 out in front.
4 and 6.
Mia Gorman, New England. Sylvia Luna, Alaska. Third looks like a photo finish. We will leave that to the experts at primetimetiming.com. You can also follow along there. Our semifinals, Heat 1 in the books. Women's U16. Turning our attention now to Heat 2. In bib number 9, Callista Zuber, Alaska. Bib 3, Acadia Enman, New England. Bib 5, Annalise Lindfors, Midwest. Bib 2, Georgia Bishop, Rocky Mountain. Bib 13, Casawick, Rocky Mountain. Bib 20, Merritt Goodell, New England. Ladies, you are under starters' orders. And here we go. This is Heat 2 Women's U16 semifinals. Double polling. And there's that first ascent running 5 wide. Wow. Absolutely stunning racing. That is fantastic. Coming into that tuck and draft, that hard right turn. Picture postcard perfection in the Nordic woods. Now comes the power climb, the stomp, the jog to the first plateau on Mount Bauer. On course right now, it is the women's U16 women's semifinal Heat 2. Coming up, it's the men's semifinal Heat 1 U16 in just about 3.5 minutes. We can see the gentlemen getting to the start. We'll let them get the introductions and the conversations with our starters in play, and then we will get our introductions. But keeping an eye on what's happening here, we are about 1:49 into this heat. All right, coming into the Carlson Competition Stadium.
9 is out in front of 3. 9, 3.
Callista, Acadia.
9 and 3. Up over the bridge.
Up and over the bridge. Coming into the final 75. That right turn into the stadium finish. Callista Zuber, Alaska.
9 and 3.
Acadia Enman, New England.
Oh, look at this. Maybe
Here we go. Wait a minute. We've got some really tight action coming in. Well done. We're not going to call that. That's prime time timing's job, and so we will come back with a bit of a recap on that. That puts the women's semifinal Heat 2 in the books. Let's change course. Let's move over to our U16 men's semifinals Heat 1. Men's U16 semifinals Heat 1 in Bib 1, Finn Dudley, Alaska. Bib 6, Askell Flagstead, Alaska. Bib 4, Carson Wood, Great Lakes. Bib 20, Jedediah Stay, Pacific Northwest. Bib 14, Connor Sewin, Far West. And Bib 16, Bodie Rhodes, Rocky Mountain. Gentlemen, under starter's care. And we are up and underway. It's the men's U16 semifinals, Heat 1. Finn, Askell, Carson, Jedediah, Connor, and Bodie. There's the aerodynamics of the tuck and draft going into that turn. Coming up Mount Bodie, or Mount Bauer. Absolutely hammering up that hill. We are in the U16 men's semifinals, Heat 1. On course, it's the men's U16 semifinals, Heat 1. Finn, Askell, Carson, Jedediah, Connor, and Bodie. We're keeping an eye out. We are about 2 minutes into this semifinal, Heat 1, which means we'll keep an eye on the entrance into the Carlson Competition Stadium. And coming into the Carlson Stadium, that looks like Finn Dudley, Alaska.
6 and 20 are neck and neck.
Askell and Jedediah neck and neck coming across the pedestrian tunnel, hammering their way through, looking at the final 75, that right turn into the finish. Here we go. Finn, Alaska.
And 20 and 6, two toes. 20 and 6, neck and neck.
Askell and Jedediah, neck and neck, hammering through. That looked like Axel. Again, the officials come from primetimetiming.com. That was the men's U16 semifinals, Heat 1. Coming up, men's semifinal, men's U16, Heat 2. Looks like the gentlemen finding their position, getting coordinated with our starters for Heat 2 in the men's U16 semifinals. In bib 8, Banyan Smith, Alaska. Bib 2, Ethan Elliott, Alaska. Bib 13, Max Fay, Mid-Atlantic. Bib 5, Baden Kelly, Great Lakes. Bib 9, Cannon Gardner, Intermountain. And bib 15, Ross Bowman, Intermountain. Gentlemen, you are under starters' care.
And once again, we are in the men's U16 semifinals, and all of these gentlemen will be moving forward What's unknown is will they be moving forward into the A final or the B final. The top two from each of these semifinals will go forward to the A's. And they're underway. That is the men's semifinal heat number 2 on course.
All right, Daniel, Ethan, Max, Braden, Cannon, and Ross heading up that first ascent, that left turn. Then it is the tuck and draft coming down into the assault on Mount Bauer.
All right, a little reset. Looks like the technical delegate is out, called them back. Something a little bit incorrect with the start. And we'll be going again with the men's semifinal heat number 2.
All right, here we go. A start so nice, we're going to do it twice from Heat 2, men's U16 semifinal. Banyan, Ethan, Max, Braden, Cannon, and Ross. Right out of the textbook, the tuck and draft coming into the assault on Mount Bauer. You are watching the men's U16 semifinals, Heat 2. Coming up in about 8 minutes, it's the U16 women's B final. We are on course with the men's semifinals, Heat 2 U16. Keeping our eyes out here as they get ready to come into the Carlson Competition Stadium. We're listening for the noise and the thunder. 2 minutes in to the men's U16 semifinals, Heat 2. Coming up, our women's U16 women's B final. We're not there yet. We've got some high drama to finish here.
All right. One guy out in front by quite a bit. Bib 2, it looks like. Is that right?
All right, looking at the check here as they come into the Carlson Competition Stadium. It looks like Ethan Elliott, Alaska.
5 is second.
And Braden Kelly from Great Lakes getting ready to cross over the Carlson Competition Stadium, and that will bring them into our 75-meter final push. All right, Dave, who do you see coming in? Ethan Elliott, Alaska.
Bib 5.
And Braden Kelly, Great Lakes.
And 8 followed by 9.
And that looks like Benyon Smith and Cannon Gardner from Intermountain. Congratulations, gentlemen. Fantastic racing. That was the men's U16 semifinals, Heat 2. That's in the books. We are 5 minutes away now from getting things started with our U16 women's B final. That's at 4:30, and then our U16 men's B final. Not a lot of breathing time in between our races here. It is a full-on all-day racing extravaganza.
To the start of the U16 women's B final.
All right, 3 minutes to start our U16 women's B final. Our competitors are coming to the start. 4:30 is our U16 women's B final. 4:35 will be the U16 men's B final. Podium awards at 5 p.m. Live time is 4:27. 5 o'clock is our U16 podium awards. Absolutely spectacular day for Nordic Woods Racing. It's the Junior Nationals in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. We are now getting ready for our women's U16 B final.
Here's what's at stake for the B final. Places 7 through 12. And the top 10 places in each of these competition gets them the title of All-American. So All-American titles are in play here for places 7, 8, 9, and 10, as well as Alaska Cup points. So this B final is an important final in determining Alaska Cup points and who gets to wear that title of All-American.
It is consequential today. It is our B final women's U16 in bib 14. It's Annika Burns, Pacific Northwest. In bib 2, it's Georgia Bishop, Rocky Mountain. In bib 11, Avon Harris, Pacific Northwest. In bib 20, Merritt Goodell, New England. In bib 1, Claire Rucker, Intermountain. Bib 13, Casawick, Rocky Mountain. Ladies, you are under starters orders for the B final. And here we go. Women's U16 B final. That's going full wide, right up that first ascent. Hammering all the way, getting that corner turn. Now it's the tuck, draft, and fly. Our B final, U16 women's on course, headed up Mount Bauer. On course, Annika, Georgia, Avon, Merritt, Claire, Casa. Things are tightening up to that first plateau on Mount Bauer. Into the North Nordic Woods they go. Absolutely beautiful day for Nordic racing here with the Junior Nationals, Cable, Wisconsin. Thank you for all of our volunteers, all of our staff, everyone who put this together, our groomers that were up at the smallest hours of the morning, putting this course into action, and of course the attitude of gratitude for 3 to 5 inches of snow within 12 hours of our competition start today. Absolutely amazing and quite serendipitous. That doesn't happen at every race. On course right now, it is the women's B final, U16. We are about 2.5 minutes into the race, keeping an eye on coming into Carlson Competition Stadium. Through the woods and over the pedestrian bridge they'll go. All right, coming into the Carlson Competition Stadium, Avon Harris, bib 11, Georgia Bishop. This is the U16 B final, women's U16 B final, coming up and over that pedestrian bridge into the Carlson Competition Stadium for that final 75. A solid lead. All right, Avon holding the lead. Pacific Northwest, Avon Harris. And that looks like Georgia Bishop, Rocky Mountain. Avon, Georgia. Annika, Merritt. Absolutely spectacular racing. That was your women's U16 B final. Up next, it's the U16 men's B final. In bib 8, Benye Smith, Alaska. Bib 9, Cannon Gardner, Intermountain. Bib 14, Connor Suen, Far West. Bib 13, Max Fay, Mid-Atlantic. Bib 15, Ross Bowman, Intermountain, and Bib 4, Carson Wood, Great Lakes. They are up and underway, and they are hammering up that first ascent. This is the men's U16 B final. Tuck, draft, and fly into that right-hand turn to get up Mount Bauer. Looks like we have some pole replacement therapy as we head up the assault of Mount Bauer. On course right now, it's the men's U16 B final. Banyan, Cannon, Connor, Max, Ross, and Carson.
Up next, women's A final, U16 women's A final.
Coming up next, it's our women's U16 A final. That is in about 3 minutes. And it looks like our first competitors in the women's A final are making their way to the start. We'll give a proper introduction. All right, we're about 2.5 minutes into the men's U16B final. All right, here we go. Max Fay running out front, coming into the Carlson Competition Stadium over the pedestrian bridge.
8 and 15.
Banye Smith and Ross Bowman. Now comes the drive for the final 75. Max Fay hammering it home, double polling.
15 and 8 tight. 15 in front.
Looks like Ross and Benyon fighting it through, hammering it home. Here we go. Not calling that one. That is up to prime time timing. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the Junior Nationals, that was your men's U16 B final. Now, let's turn our attention and our actions to the U16 Women's A final. Starting in bib 9, it's Callista Zuber, Alaska. Bib 4, Maya Gorman, New England. Bib 3, Acadia Enman, New England. Bib 6, Sylvia Luno, Alaska. Bib 5, Annalise Linfors, Midwest. Bib 24, Sisu Clark, Pacific Northwest. Ladies of the A final, you are under starter's care. And here we go. Sun's out, guns out. It's the A final women's U16 right here in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. Hammering up that first ascent. Holy wow, here they go. Wow, picture perfect as they come down. It is the tuck, it is the draft, it is the picturesque turn coming up around the corner into the ascent of Mount Bauer. You are watching the women's U16 A final. Callista, Mia, Acadia, Solvi, Annalise, and Sisu doing the big climb, the stomp, the climb, the jog up to that first plateau, Mount Bauer. Starting to tighten up as we hit that top plateau and off into the Nordic woods. On course now, it's the women's U16A final coming up in just a few minutes. It's the men's U16A final. U16 podium awards are at 5 o'clock. We've got a lot of racing and a lot of consequences before we get to that. We are 2 minutes in to our women's A final, U16. Keeping an eye on our skiers and racers coming into the Carlson Competition Stadium. Sun is just beginning to move into the western skyline. This is absolute perfection. Beautiful Northwoods racing. We're so glad you could be here for the Junior Nationals in Cable, Wisconsin. Coming into the Carlson Competition Stadium zone, it's Acadia Enman, New England.
Followed by 9 and 4.
Callista Zuber, Alaska. Mia Gorman, New England. Coming into the pedestrian bridge, up and over they go. Double polling. 1, 2, 3. Getting ready to make that turn.
3, 9, and 4.
The burn of the 75. Here we go, here we go.
3, 9, and 4. 3, 3, 3, 9, and 4.
There's Acadia Enman, Callista Zuber, Mia Gorman. Double polling, 1, 2, 3. What a fantastic race, ladies. That is the women's U16 A final here at the Junior Nationals in Cable, Wisconsin. Fantastic racing. Wow, that was spectacular. Our glory short-lived because we're moving on to our U16 men's A final. Bib 1. Finn Dudley, Alaska. Bib 2, Ethan Elliott, Alaska. Bib 6, Axel Flagstead, Alaska. Bib 5, Braden Kelly, Great Lakes. Bib 20, Jedediah Stay, Pacific Northwest. And Bib 16, Bodie Rhodes, Rocky Mountain. Gentlemen, this is the A final U16. You are under starter's care. And here we go. Sundown, guns out. It is the men's U16 A final and the hammer up the hill. One, two, three, four wide. Moving into that tight turn to the left. Getting ready for the tuck, draft, and fly. That hard right turn, pushing on the left into the beautiful Nordic North Woods of Cable, Wisconsin, ascending Mount Bower. Double poling, shifting to the stomp and jog up to that first plateau. That's where things tighten up because currently it is 1, pace 2, 3. Here we go. You are watching the U16 men's A final of the Junior Nationals in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. On course, it's Finn, Ethan, Askell, Braden, Jedediah, and Bodie. We're going to keep an eye out here, minute 29 or so into the race. We'd like to hear the thunder and the noise that this venue is capable. Our good friends with the Berkey, absolutely gorgeous course, absolutely perfect Bluebird Day here in northern Wisconsin. Keeping an eye on our incredible U16 men's A finalists into the Carlson Competition Stadium. Let's hear the noise, let's hear the thunder when they make that descent. And here we go. A final, Ethan Elliott.
Followed by 1.
Finn Dudley.
And 5.
And Braden Kelly.
2-1-5.
Ethan, Finn, Braden coming into the pedestrian tunnel. 1, 2. These guys are hammering it home for 1 and 2. This is the men's U16 A final. The Junior Nationals in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. Here they come around the corner into the hammer home of the 75. This is going to be tied 1 and 2. Here we go, double pole, crossing the line.
2 got it. 2, then 1, then 5.
That looked like Ethan Elliott,
2, 1, 1,
Finn Dudley,
and 5.
and Braden Kelly. Our call is not official. That happens with prime time timing. That was your men's U16 A final in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin as part of our Junior Nationals. What a fantastic, beautiful day of racing. Spectacular. Absolutely phenomenal day. Our U16 Podium Awards come up at 5 o'clock. That's in about 12 minutes. That should be just about enough recovery time for everybody involved here. What a fantastic day of racing here at the Junior Nationals. And man, did we have a lot of racing. These guys are exhausted. This has got to be 4, 5, 6 times for some of these athletes that have gone through this. What a spectacular day. Take a minute to thank some of the coaches, some of the volunteers. How about everyone? Attitude of gratitude here at the Junior Nationals. That's the way we like to roll. So there's been an incredible amount of work done today to put this together, and we're only halfway through our competition here in this incredible venue at the Berkey in beautiful Cable, Wisconsin. We want to take a moment to thank our volunteers, our officials, all of the parents and coaches that make this possible. The sacrifices are high at this level. The transportation, the out-of-pocket expenses, the fundraising, everything that happens to get to the Junior Nationals. We cannot thank you enough for putting the effort in to make this an incredible sport. We want to thank our good friends at Prime Time Timing, and we have all kinds of action and adventure coming up Friday and Saturday. Our award ceremony for the U16 all of our incredible competitors. That happens at 5 o'clock. You can see the Junior Nationals flame right over across the bridge, we'll call it, from the pedestrian tunnel. What a spectacular day. Dave, did you have a good time?
Peter, yes, I did. What a beautiful day of racing. I'm so glad to be a part of it. Very impressive racing today. Wax coaches, seems like you nailed it. We didn't see very little slipping. Lots of good kick up those hills in challenging conditions. Looking ahead to tomorrow, Thursday the 12th, is a training day. From 9 to 3, the course will be open for training to get ready for that classic mass start on Friday. So once again, tomorrow, Thursday the 12th, is a training day. From 9 to 3, the course will be open for training for that classic mass start, which is going to be on Friday. From 4 o'clock to 6, there's a parent social over at the Hub. And if you haven't been to the Hub yet, you've got to go there. What a beautiful building in the Telemark Village.
Spectacular.
That's hosted by Solomon and the New Nordic Foundation. Coaches Social at 6 p.m. tomorrow. That's at the Rivers Eatery. Whoa, that's a good place to go get a pizza. Hosted by Podiumware. And then at 6 o'clock as well, the athletes are at the Lakewoods Resort. And that's hosted by the Cable Chamber of Commerce. So tomorrow, Thursday the 12th, lots going on. Training all day, parent social, coaches social, and an athlete social. So lots of chances to get social tomorrow, Thursday the 12th of March. Friday the 13th, we have the classic mass start. And on Saturday the 14th is the mixed gender relay.
What an incredible day of racing. What an incredible group of people here. So proud to be a